Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. I mean, sure, I watch those ghost hunting shows like everyone else, but I always figured they were just making stuff up for ratings. That all changed last year when my boyfriend Jake and I moved into his family's old house in Hastings, Nebraska. It's not even an especially old place, built in the 80s, boring beige siding, nothing special. But from the first night, something felt off. I can't really explain it. The house just has this heaviness to it. Like when you walk into certain rooms, especially Jake's bedroom, it feels like the air gets thicker. At first, I blamed it on allergies or the dusty vents. Small-town Nebraska isn't exactly known for its air quality, right? But then weird stuff started happening. It was about 3 months ago when things got really bad. We were getting ready for bed in Jake's room, just a normal Tuesday night. I was scrolling through my phone while Jake was in the bathroom brushing his teeth. Then out of nowhere, I couldn't breathe properly. It felt like someone was sitting on my chest, pressing down harder and harder. I tried to call out to Jake, but I could barely whisper. My heart was racing so fast, I thought I was having a heart attack. When Jake came back, he found me gasping. He thought I was having an asthma attack or something. I don't even have asthma. The pressure eased up a bit once he was there, but it didn't go away completely. I closed my eyes, trying to calm down, and that's when the vision started. I saw these faces, not clear, like something you'd see in a movie, more like shadows and impressions, distorted and stretched. They were right there behind my eyelids, watching me. I felt like if I opened my eyes, they'd be right in front of me. I've never been so terrified in my life. I must have eventually fallen asleep because the next thing I remember is waking up at around 1 in the morning. Jake was snoring next to me, but I was wide awake and still feeling that heaviness. When I went to the bathroom and turned on the light, I noticed these weird bruises on my arms. Small, circular ones, like someone had been pressing their fingertips into my skin while I slept. I hadn't bumped into anything the day before, and I'm not the type to bruise easily. I couldn't stay in that room anymore. I grabbed my phone and went outside to get some fresh air, sitting on the front porch steps. It was freezing. Nebraska in February isn't exactly warm, but I preferred the cold to that suffocating feeling inside. I ended up walking over to Jake's car that was parked in the driveway, thinking I might just sit in there with the heater on for a bit. That's when the really freaky stuff started. I was maybe 10 feet from the car when the hazard lights suddenly started flashing, not in the normal regular pattern either. They were blinking erratically, like someone was pressing the button over and over at random intervals. The thing is, Jake had mentioned just the day before that the hazard button was broken. It had been stuck in place for months. I froze, just standing there watching those lights flash on and off. 1, 2. Pause, 1, long pause, 3 quick flashes. Like something was playing with it. I called out to Jake, my voice shaking so bad I could barely get his name out. He came stumbling outside in his boxers and t-shirt, looking confused until he saw the lights. His face went completely white. He later told me he could see what looked like a hand near the hazard button, just a faint outline, pressing it over and over. I didn't see that, but I believe him. Jake doesn't make stuff up, and he was even more skeptical about ghosts than I was. We both stood there for what felt like forever, watching those lights flash. Then Jake took a step toward the car, and I grabbed his arm to stop him. "Don't," I said, but he shook me off and kept walking. As soon as he got within a few feet of the driver's side door, the lights stopped. Completely. We checked the car, and the hazard button was still physically stuck in place, unmoved. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. We sat in the kitchen with all the lights on, drinking coffee and trying to come up with rational explanations. Electrical malfunction, coincidence, anything but what it obviously was. Around 4 in the morning, I was standing by the sink rinsing out my mug when I felt it. Fingernails, lightly grazing down my back. Not hard enough to scratch, just enough to feel it through my thin t-shirt. I jumped and spun around, but Jake was sitting at the table a good 10 feet away. "What's wrong?" he asked, and I told him. His face went pale again. I could tell he believed me. Then he got up and stood in the exact spot where I'd been. Within seconds, his eyes widened. "Holy shit," he whispered. "I feel it too, like someone's touching my back." We moved out of that spot immediately, huddling together on the couch until morning came. The next day, we moved our bed into the spare room. We told ourselves it was temporary, just until we could figure out what was causing the drafts or electrical issues in the house. The breathing problems stopped after we changed rooms. No more nightmares or visions when I closed my eyes. The bruises faded and didn't come back. For a few weeks, we almost convinced ourselves that it had been nothing. Bad air circulation, an old house settling, my imagination getting the better of me. But I still can't go into Jake's old bedroom, especially at night. When I do, I see things moving in my peripheral vision, shadows that shouldn't be there. And that feeling of being watched is overwhelming. Jake feels it too. He says he often sees something in the wardrobe, just out of the corner of his eye. That old wooden wardrobe that's been in his family for generations. I don't even like looking at it. It's where the energy seems strongest, like it's radiating out from inside. Last week we had to go back to the original bedroom to get some clothes Jake had left in there. It was late, maybe 11 at night, and all the weird feelings came rushing back as soon as we opened the door. We grabbed what we needed quickly, but when I was reaching for a sweatshirt, I felt something touch my arm, then my leg. It was quick, just a light brush, but it was unmistakable. Both times it was where my skin was exposed outside the blanket. I had a dream that night too. I rarely remember my dreams, but this one was crystal clear. There was a boy, about our age, who looked so much like Jake it was uncanny. He was trying to tell me something important. He told me his name, but when I woke up, I couldn't remember it. I just had this overwhelming sense that he was connected to Jake somehow. The next morning, I asked Jake if he had any siblings. He said no, he was an only child. But later that day, his mom called, and I overheard him asking her something about a brother. When he hung up, he looked stunned. "My mom just told me I was supposed to be a twin," he said quietly. "But my brother died early in the womb. They never even told me." It made a weird kind of sense. The presence in the house doesn't feel malicious exactly, more like mischievous, like it's trying to get our attention. The car lights flashing like a game, the gentle touches, even the breathing thing, it's like it doesn't understand it's scaring us. Other weird stuff keeps happening too. The lights in the bathroom flicker when I'm in the shower, but only when I'm alone. Doors open against the wind. Small objects disappear and reappear in different places. We're still living in the spare room, and we've learned to live with the strange occurrences. I don't think whatever is in this house wants to hurt us. I think it's Jake's brother, the twin he never knew, trying to connect with the family he never got to be part of. But that doesn't make it any less terrifying when I'm alone in the house and I feel those fingers on my back again, or when I close my eyes and see those faces, or when I wake up with unexplained bruises. I don't know what to do. We can't move out. This house has been in Jake's family for generations, and we can't afford a new place anyway, so we're just living with it, with him, Jake's brother, the twin who never took a breath but somehow still exists. I'm writing this because I need to tell someone. I need to know if anyone else has experienced anything like this. Sometimes I think I'm going crazy, but then I look at the bruises on my arms, or remember the car lights flashing with that broken button, and I know this is real. Whatever, or whoever, is in this house, it's not going away. and I don't know how much longer I can live like this, jumping at shadows and afraid to close my eyes. Story 2. I still can't believe I'm typing this out. My hands are shaking even now, years later. But maybe writing it down will help me process what happened to my family back in 1975. We only lived in that house for 28 days. 28 days that changed our lives forever. When George and I bought the house at 112 Ocean Avenue in Amityville, we thought we'd found our dream home. It was a beautiful Dutch colonial right on the water with a boathouse and everything. Sure, it was priced way below market value, but we didn't question our good fortune at first. We were a newly blended family. George, myself, and my 3 kids from my previous marriage. This was supposed to be our fresh start. The real estate agent eventually told us why the house was so cheap. Just 13 months earlier, Ronald DeFeo had murdered his entire family there, his parents and 4 siblings, shooting them all with a rifle while they slept. 6 people dead in the same house we were about to move into. I remember George and I discussing it that night, wondering if we should back out. But we were practical people. We weren't superstitious. It was just a house where something terrible had happened, nothing more. We could handle it. God, how wrong we were. The problems started on our very first day. We'd asked Father Pecoraro, a friend of the family, to come bless the house. I'll never forget the look on his face when he went upstairs. He was sprinkling holy water in one of the bedrooms when he suddenly stopped mid-prayer. His face went pale and he started sweating profusely. He told us later that he'd heard a deep voice command him to get out. He never went back to that house, and looking back, we should have taken that as our first warning. That night, George woke up around 3 in the morning. He said he felt compelled to check the boathouse. I remember him getting out of bed, his face completely blank. When he came back, he was shivering despite it being a warm night. He wouldn't tell me what he'd seen then, but weeks later, he admitted he'd found all the doors wide open, swinging violently despite there being no wind. The next day, we discovered swarms of flies all over the house. It was December, freezing cold outside, but somehow there were thousands of fat black flies covering the windows in my daughter's room. We spent hours killing them, but the next morning, they were back. Same room, same windows. We'd kill them, and they'd reappear. It made no sense. The house always felt cold, especially certain rooms. The basement was the worst. None of us wanted to go down there, not even George, though he'd never admit it. There was a small room painted red that the previous owners had used as some kind of home office. George spent hours in there, growing more agitated and withdrawn by the day. By the end of the first week, strange things were happening constantly. The toilets would be clean 1 minute, then filled with black sludge the next. Doors would slam shut with no one near them. One morning, I went to check on the kids and found handprints in the snow, outside their windows, on the 2nd floor. There was no way anyone could have climbed up there without a ladder, and there were no ladder marks in the snow. George changed the most. He began waking up at exactly 3 in the morning every single night. Always 3 a.m. on the dot. He'd get up and wander the house like he was in a trance. I later found out that 3 a.m. was when the DeFeo murders had happened. George started to look different too, gaunt, haggard. He stopped going to work. His temper flared over nothing. Once, I saw him staring at the kids with such hatred it made my blood run cold. That wasn't my husband looking through those eyes. I started feeling exhausted all the time. No matter how much I slept, I'd wake up feeling like I hadn't rested at all. I began having terrible nightmares about the DeFeo murders, seeing details I couldn't possibly know. George said I looked different, older somehow. When I looked in the mirror, I barely recognized myself. My face seemed to have aged years in just weeks. The kids were affected too. My youngest started talking to an imaginary friend named Jody. He described Jody as looking like an angry pig with wolf teeth. I tried to convince myself it was just a child's imagination, but then one night, I saw glowing red eyes peering in through our daughter's bedroom window from the 2nd story. The activity ramped up fast after that. One evening, my son came running into the kitchen, hysterical. He said he'd been in his room when his bed started shaking violently. When I went to check, the bed was completely flipped over, the heavy wooden frame splintered. No child could have done that damage. We tried to keep things normal for the kids, but it was impossible. One afternoon, we were all in the living room when a ceramic statue on the mantel suddenly flew across the room and smashed against the wall. We all saw it. There was no explanation, no draft, no earthquake, nothing. George was getting worse. I caught him, standing in the boathouse one night, staring at the water, muttering to himself. When I touched his shoulder, he whirled around with such rage, I thought he might hit me. His eyes weren't his own. He didn't recognize me for several seconds, then suddenly snapped back to himself, confused about how he'd gotten there. About 3 weeks in, I found an old book about the occult in George's desk drawer. When I confronted him, he admitted he'd been experimenting with some rituals he'd found, thinking they might help cleanse the house. Instead, I think he opened a door that should have stayed closed. The most terrifying incident happened in our bedroom. I woke up one night to find myself completely paralyzed. I could see and hear everything, but couldn't move a muscle. There was a presence in the room. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. It felt malevolent, ancient and hungry. I tried to scream for George, but no sound came out. When I finally broke free of the paralysis, I was drenched in sweat, and George was gone. I found him in the basement, standing in front of the wall, touching it and whispering. We tried to get help. We called in a psychic researcher who brought all sorts of equipment. The readings were off the charts, he said. The temperature would drop 20 degrees in seconds. Doors would lock and unlock themselves while we watched. The researcher's camera stopped working every time he tried to photograph certain areas of the house. My oldest son started having episodes where he'd seem to be possessed by something else. His voice would change, becoming deeper, and he'd say terrible things. Things about the DeFeo murders, specific details no one could have known. After these episodes, he'd have no memory of what happened. Later, after we left, he needed extensive spiritual help to free him from whatever had attached itself to him in that house. It all came to a head on that last night. We'd been planning to stay with my mother just to get a break from the house. We were packing when it happened. It started with the sounds, like someone walking around the attic with heavy boots, then banging on the walls, getting louder and louder until it sounded like someone was taking a sledgehammer to the house. The doors throughout the house began slamming open and closed, over and over. The kids were screaming. We grabbed them and ran to the master bedroom. That's when we saw it. Black ooze pouring down the walls, bubbling like it was boiling. The smell was indescribable, like rotting meat and sulfur. The bed began to shake violently, lifting several inches off the floor with me still on it. It slammed back down, then lifted again, higher this time. George was trying to hold it down, but it was like fighting against a hurricane. We heard a sound like laughter coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Deep, guttural laughter that didn't sound human. The crucifix on our wall flipped upside down, then shot across the room like it had been fired from a gun. I remember George screaming, "Get out! Get out now!" We grabbed the kids and ran for the door. We didn't take anything, not clothes, not wallets, not a single photograph. We just ran to the car in our pajamas and drove away as fast as we could. I looked back once as we sped away and swear I saw every light in the house turn on at once, then go dark. We never went back, not for our belongings, not for anything. Whatever was in that house, it wasn't just haunting it. It was living in it. It was feeding off us, changing us. I'm convinced if we'd stayed even one more night, none of us would have left alive. People ask why we didn't leave sooner. It's hard to explain how the house affected our thinking. It was like being in a fog that got thicker each day. Simple decisions became impossible. The thought of leaving would occur to me, then slip away like I'd never had it. The house wanted us there. I think it had plans. For us. It's been years now, And I still have nightmares about 112 Ocean Avenue. I still wake up at 3 in the morning sometimes, feeling like something is watching me. George and I tried to move on, but the experience changed us forever. We're not the same people who moved into that house. Some nights, I still feel it reaching for me across the miles, calling me back. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I'm afraid that a part of me never left that house at all. Story 3. I've never been one for ghost stories or supernatural nonsense. My wife Hannah says I'm stubbornly rational to a fault. But what's happened in our home over the past few months has left me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. About a year ago, Hannah and I, both 38, decided we'd had enough of London's chaos. We'd spent our 30s climbing corporate ladders, and the constant noise, pollution and pressure was wearing us down. When we found the old blacksmith's cottage in a tiny village in the Peak District, it felt like fate. The estate agent told us it dated back to around 1700, with thick stone walls and original beams. The village itself had maybe 50 houses, a pub, and not much else. Perfect. We weren't naive about old properties. We knew there'd be issues. The wonky floors, the drafty windows, the constant maintenance. But the place had character you just can't find in modern homes. The previous owners had modernized the essentials, plumbing, electrics, heating, while preserving the historical features. We fell in love immediately. The first few weeks were exactly what we'd hoped for. Peaceful. The loudest sounds were sheep bleating in the distance or the occasional tractor. No one warned us about the screws. It started on our first night. We'd spent the whole day unpacking and we were exhausted. Hannah went upstairs first to get the bed ready while I locked up. When I got upstairs, she was standing by the bed looking confused. "Did you put this here?" she asked, holding up a small metal screw between her fingers. "What?" "No," I replied, taking it from her. It was a standard silver Phillips head screw, maybe an inch long, nothing special. "It was right in the middle of the mattress when I pulled back the covers," she said. We both shrugged it off. We'd spent the day assembling furniture and unpacking boxes. Obviously one of us had dropped it without noticing. We tossed it in a drawer and forgot about it. Until 3 days later. Hannah was upstairs organizing the spare room while I was cooking dinner. Suddenly, she came downstairs looking pale. "Jacob, something weird just happened," she said. "I was sorting through boxes, and I felt something hit my shoulder. When I looked down, there was a screw on the floor. It literally fell onto me from nowhere." I went upstairs to check, looking at the ceiling for loose fixtures or shelving. Nothing. The ceiling was solid plaster with no visible source for a falling screw. I rationalized it. Old houses settle, things get dislodged. Maybe it had been balanced on a beam or ledge. A week passed without incident. Then a massive storm hit. The wind howled all night, rain lashing against the windows. The next morning, Hannah reached into her dressing gown pocket and let out a small scream. "Jacob!" she called from the bathroom. I rushed in, thinking she'd hurt herself. Instead, she was holding another screw. This was in my pocket. My dressing gown was hanging on the hook all night. I wore it yesterday morning and the pocket was empty. That one bothered me. There was no logical explanation for how a screw could end up in a pocket overnight. I tried to stay rational. Our house was old. The previous owners had done renovations. Perhaps screws had been left in odd places and were gradually working their way out. Though that didn't explain the pocket incident. About a month after, moving in, I was outside checking the guttering after another heavy rain. I was on the ladder when I noticed something glinting on one of the roof tiles, about a foot above my head. I reached up and found, you guessed it, another screw, perfectly balanced on the curved tile. It hadn't rolled off, despite the steep pitch of the roof and the recent storm. It was as if someone had carefully placed it there. By this point, Hannah was getting spooked. We'd found perhaps 6 or 7 screws in total, always in places they simply shouldn't be. I remained skeptical. Old house, renovations, coincidences. That's what I kept telling myself and Hannah. Then came the incident that shook even my stubborn rationality. Hannah was redecorating the small downstairs bathroom, putting up new wallpaper. I was at work, so she was alone in the house. She called me immediately after it happened, her voice trembling. I was on my knees, measuring the wall, she explained. I turned around to grab the scissors from my tool bag, just for a second. When I turned back to the wall, there was a screw sitting on the floor about an inch from where my hand had been. It wasn't there before, Jacob. I swear it wasn't there. I tried to calm her down over the phone, suggesting maybe she'd knocked it loose from somewhere or hadn't noticed it before. But Hannah was certain. The floor had been empty, then it wasn't. The following weekend, I had my own unexplainable experience. I walked into our bedroom, on the bare floorboards, as we'd taken up the old carpet to sand and refinish the floors. I just crossed the threshold when I felt something sharp under my foot. I lifted my foot to find a screw that definitely hadn't been there seconds before. I just walked through that exact spot, and the floor had been completely clear. The floorboards were wide and old, with no gaps a screw could have fallen through. It simply appeared. These incidents continued, roughly once or twice a month, never threatening, just bizarre. The screws were usually the same type, silver Phillips head, about an inch long. Occasionally we'd find older, darker ones with flat heads. They'd appear in the most impossible places, inside sealed containers, on surfaces we'd just cleaned, in the middle of rooms. I researched the history of the house, wondering if it had some connection to hardware or if the blacksmith who'd originally lived there had specialized in small metal works. Nothing unusual came up, just a typical village blacksmith who'd made horseshoes, tools, and basic metalwork for the surrounding farms. We started keeping the screws in a small jar on the mantelpiece. By 6 months in, we had 23 of them. The most unnerving incident happened about 3 months ago. I was alone, watching TV late at night. Hannah was away visiting her sister. I was half dozing on the sofa when something caught my eye. A movement, directly in my line of sight. A screw dropping vertically from the ceiling to the coffee table with a distinctive tink sound. I watched it fall. There was no mistaking what I'd seen. I jumped up, heart pounding, and examined the ceiling. Solid plaster, no fixtures, no possible source for that screw. It had materialized out of thin air and dropped right in front of me. That was the moment I couldn't deny it anymore. Something truly inexplicable was happening in our home. We've discussed moving, but honestly, we love this place. The screws aren't harmful, just perplexing. We've had friends suggest everything from ghosts to time slips to quantum physics anomalies. Hannah even had a local medium visit, without telling me first. She knew I'd object, who claimed to sense the presence of a craftsman who was trying to help. Whatever that means. I remain skeptical of supernatural explanations, but I've exhausted all rational ones. We've checked for loose fixtures, hidden compartments, even considered if someone might be playing an elaborate prank. Nothing adds up. Sometimes weeks go by without an incident. Just when we think it's stopped, another screw appears. Last week, Hannah found one balanced perfectly on the rim of her coffee mug when she turned away for just a moment to answer the phone. We've developed a strange relationship with the phenomenon. It's become part of the house's character. Hannah sometimes talks to the screw ghost when she's alone. I roll my eyes, but after witnessing that screw materialize and fall before my eyes, I can't entirely dismiss her. Friends ask if we're scared living here. The truth is, we're not. There's nothing menacing about finding random screws. It's weird, certainly, but not threatening. It feels more like living with an eccentric, slightly mischievous housemate who communicates solely through hardware. The strangest part is how mundane it all becomes. We find a screw in an impossible location, add it to the jar, and go about our day. Our current tally is 37, Just this morning I was making breakfast. I opened a new carton of eggs, and there, nestled between two eggs, was a screw. The carton was sealed, completely intact. There is simply no way that screw could have gotten in there during manufacturing or at any point before I opened it. I stood there, holding an impossible screw, and found myself laughing. What else can you do? I added it to the jar without even telling Hannah. It's just part of our life now. We've stopped looking for explanations. The screws appear. We collect them. Life goes on. Perhaps someday they'll stop, or perhaps we'll be finding random metal screws until the day we move out or die. I'm writing this after finding the most recent screw just hours ago, sitting perfectly centered on my pillow when I went to bed. I hadn't left the bedroom all evening, and Hannah was downstairs. The pillow had been empty when I was in the room earlier. I picked it up, rolled it between my fingers, and added it to the jar. Number 39. And I'm left wondering, as I do after each appearance, what are you trying to tell us? And why, of all things, screws? Story 4. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my family. I'm not sure if writing it down will help, but maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can make sense of it. Growing up in rural Hampshire was mostly peaceful. Our house wasn't anything special, just a typical semi-detached with 3 bedrooms upstairs. I shared the smallest room with my sister Emma, who's 2 years younger than me. I had the bottom bunk and she slept on top. We didn't have much space, but it never bothered me until what happened when I was about 8 or 9. I remember that night clearly, even though it was almost 20 years ago now. It was winter, and our room was always freezing because the radiator never worked properly. Mum had given us extra blankets, and I was bundled up like a cocoon. I'm not sure what woke me up. I just remember suddenly being alert, with that feeling you get when you know something's wrong. The digital clock on our bedside table showed 4:13 a.m. The room wasn't completely dark, because Emma always needed her little dolphin nightlight plugged in. That's how I could see it. There was someone standing at the foot of my bed. At first, I thought it was Dad checking on us, but this was different. I could only see from about the neck down because of the angle from my bottom bunk. It was definitely a man's body, adult-sized, wearing what looked like dirty, torn clothes. The worst part was the blood. There were dark patches all over the clothing that could only be blood, some of it looking wet and fresh, some of it dried and crusty. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream. I just lay there staring at this figure, this body that seemed to be swaying slightly as if standing was difficult. The strangest thing was that I couldn't see a face because of my position on the bottom bunk. The top bunk blocked my view, but somehow I knew it was looking at me. I could feel it. After what felt like forever but was probably only seconds, I yanked my blanket over my head and curled into a ball, heart pounding so hard I thought it might break my ribs. I was terrified to even breathe loudly. I just kept thinking, please go away, over and over in my head. I must have eventually fallen back asleep from pure exhaustion. When morning came, I jumped out of bed the second I heard Mum moving around downstairs. I never mentioned what I'd seen to anyone. Emma hadn't woken up, and I convinced myself it had been a nightmare. Just a really vivid, horrible nightmare. Life went on. I had trouble sleeping for a while, always facing the wall and never the room. I'd pull my blanket up to my eyes every night, but nothing like that ever happened again while I was in that room. By the time I was 12, I'd almost forgotten about it, writing it off as the overactive imagination of a kid. When I was 14, my parents decided to rearrange our bedrooms. I got the bigger room that had been used for storage. Emma got our parents' old room, and they took the main bedroom that my grandparents had used when they lived with us. My little brother Jamie, who was just a toddler, got our old room with the bunk beds, though they'd taken the top bunk off, so it was just a normal single bed. Jamie was an easygoing kid, always smiling and playing with his toys. He wasn't particularly verbal early on, so when he started talking more at around 2, we were all excited, but some of the things he said were odd. One morning at breakfast, he was babbling away about his toys when he suddenly said, "The boy on the ceiling is funny." Mum laughed and asked, "What boy on the ceiling, love?" "The crawling boy," Jamie said, stuffing cereal in his mouth. "He crawls upside down on my ceiling at night time." I felt a chill run through me, but everyone else just smiled at his imagination. Kids say weird stuff all the time, right? A few weeks later, Jamie mentioned someone called Terry. "Terry doesn't like the big light," he announced while Mum was turning on the overhead light in the living room. "Who's Terry?" Dad asked, not even looking up from his newspaper. "He lives in our house," Jamie said simply, as if this was common knowledge. Dad frowned then. "Jamie, there's no one called Terry living here." Jamie just shrugged and went back to playing with his toy cars. Later I asked Mum if anyone called Terry had ever lived in our house before we moved in. She checked with the neighbors who'd been there the longest, but no one remembered any Terry. These little comments continued. Jamie would mention Terry hiding in the closet or sitting on the windowsill. My parents wrote it off as an imaginary friend phase. But I wasn't so sure, especially after what happened when Jamie was about 3. I was watching him one Saturday while my parents were shopping. We were in the living room and I was half paying attention to the TV while Jamie played with his Legos on the floor. Out of nowhere, he looked up at me and said, "Aiden, the man with no face likes to hold my hand at night." The hairs on my arms stood up instantly. "What man, Jamie?" "The man who comes in my room," he said casually, clicking 2 Lego pieces together. "He doesn't have a face, just..." He waved his hand in front of his own face. "Nothing there." My mouth went dry. Does he scare you?" Jamie thought about it for a moment. "No, he's just sad. Very, very sad." I tried to keep my voice steady. "Do you hold his hand when he wants you to?" Jamie shook his head. "I don't want to." "That's okay," I said quickly. "You don't have to hold his hand if you don't want to." Then Jamie said something that still haunts me. He looked straight at me with this strangely adult expression and said, "I wonder if he was woken." Not woken up, just woken. The phrasing was so unnatural for a 3-year-old. "What do you mean, Jamie?" I asked. But just like that, the moment passed. He went back to his Legos as if nothing had happened, making little car noises with his mouth. I didn't sleep well that night, or for many nights after, because I absolutely knew that whatever I'd seen in that room years ago was still there, and now it was visiting my little brother. I started checking on Jamie at night. I'd wait until everyone was asleep, then quietly open his door and peek in. Most nights, everything seemed normal, but about a week after our conversation, I woke up around 3 in the morning with an overwhelming urge to check on him. The hallway was freezing as I crept toward his room. When I pushed his door open, the first thing I noticed was how cold it was, much colder than the rest of the house. Jamie was asleep, his covers pulled up to his chin. I was about to leave when I noticed something strange about his arm. It was extended out from under the blanket, hanging off the side of the bed. His little hand was open, palm up, as if waiting for someone to take it. And the space beside his bed. I can't explain it properly. It wasn't exactly a shadow, more like an absence of light, a human-shaped void that seemed to bend the dim nightlight glow around it. I stood frozen in the doorway, unable to move or call out. Then Jamie's fingers twitched, and I swear I saw the darkness shift slightly, leaning toward his outstretched hand. That broke my paralysis. I flipped on the light switch and rushed to his bed. The cold spot vanished instantly, and Jamie stirred, blinking up at me in confusion. "Everything okay, buddy?" I asked, trying to sound calm while my heart hammered. He yawned and nodded, then said something that chilled me more than the cold spot had. "He went away. He always goes away when the lights come on." The next day, I tried talking to my parents about moving Jamie to a different room. I didn't tell them everything, just that he seemed to be having nightmares, and maybe a change would help. Dad laughed it off, saying kids have bad dreams all the time. Mum was more sympathetic, but pointed out there wasn't really another option unless Jamie wanted to share with one of us. In desperation, I offered to switch rooms with him. My parents were surprised since my room was bigger, but I insisted. Jamie was thrilled with the idea of having the big boy room, and the switch was made that weekend. The first night in my old room, I barely slept. I kept the lights on until my parents made me turn them off, then used a torch under my blanket until the batteries died. Nothing happened. No figure appeared. No cold spots formed. By the third night, I started to relax a bit. Then came the scratching. It started as a faint sound, like fingernails lightly dragging across the wall behind my bed. I told myself it was just the old house settling, or maybe mice in the walls. But it got louder each night, and always started precisely at 3 in the morning. After a week, I couldn't take it anymore. I was exhausted from lack of sleep and constantly on edge. I broke down and told my parents everything. About the bloody figure I'd seen years ago, about Jamie's man with no face, about the scratching that kept me awake. I expected them to dismiss it all, but their reaction surprised me. They exchanged a look I couldn't interpret, and then Dad asked me to show him exactly where I'd seen the figure standing and where the scratching came from. The next day, Dad pulled up some of the floorboards in that spot. He said he was checking for rodents, but I could tell he was looking for something specific. He never told me what he found, if anything. But that night, I overheard him and Mum talking in hushed voices about the history of the house. I caught fragments like "should have told us" and "previous owners," and most disturbingly, "accident in that room." When I asked them about it the next morning, they changed the subject. A few weeks later, we moved house. My parents claimed it was because Dad got a new job closer to the city, but the job came after they'd already started looking at new places. Jamie stopped talking about the faceless man, and the nightmares I'd been having faded. Years passed. I went to university, got a job, moved into my own flat. Last Christmas, I went home to visit the family, and after a few drinks, I asked Dad about the old house and why we'd really moved. He was quiet for a long time, then told me that after I'd talked about the figure and the scratching, he'd spoken to an elderly neighbor who'd lived on our street for decades. Apparently, in the 1970s, a man had died in our house. In what had been my and Jamie's bedroom, he'd been a construction worker who'd suffered a terrible accident at work, coming home with severe injuries, including significant facial trauma. He died that night from internal bleeding that no one knew about. His name was Terence. I still don't know what to make of all this. Was it just coincidence and an overactive imagination? Was Jamie picking up on things I'd said without realizing it? Or was there really something in that room? Some echo or imprint of a traumatic death that somehow reached out to us? All I know is that sometimes I still wake up at exactly 4:13 in the morning with the unshakable feeling that someone is standing at the foot of my bed, watching me. And even though I can see the entire room in my flat, with no bunk bed to block my view, I still can't bring myself to look directly at that spot. I'm afraid of what, or who, might be there. Story 5. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now. I'm not the type who believes in ghosts or paranormal stuff. I'm actually pretty skeptical about that kind of thing, which makes what's been happening even more disturbing to me. But I need to tell someone who won't immediately think I'm losing my mind. About 3 months ago, my boyfriend Jake and I moved into this apartment in downtown. It's in this gorgeous old building from 1893 that used to be a post office. The conversion to apartments happened maybe 15 years ago. When we first toured it, I fell in love with the high ceilings, the original hardwood floors, and these amazing tall windows. The rent was slightly above our budget, but we couldn't pass it up. The first few weeks were normal, just the usual stress of unpacking and getting settled. I work remotely as a graphic designer, so I set up my workspace in the small second bedroom. Jake works at a marketing firm downtown, so he's gone during weekdays. That means I'm alone in the apartment most of the time. About 3 weeks after moving in, I was working at my desk with my noise-cancelling headphones on. I always use them because they help me focus, and I had my music playing pretty loud. I was in the zone, working on this logo design, when I heard my brother Michael call my name. Not just call it, but the way he always does when he's worried about me. Alex? With that specific concerned inflection he's had since we were kids. It sounded so clear, so present, like he was standing right next to me. I literally jumped and spun around in my chair, expecting to see him there. But there was nothing. Just my empty office. The thing is, Michael lives over 400 miles away in our hometown. There's absolutely no way he could have been in my apartment. I took off my headphones and called out for Jake, thinking maybe it was him, but he was in the living room watching something on his laptop with his own headphones on. When I asked if he'd called me, he looked confused and said he hadn't made a sound. I tried to brush it off as my imagination. Maybe I was working too hard, or maybe I was a bit homesick, but the clarity of Michael's voice really shook me. It wasn't muffled or distant. It wasn't like hearing something through headphones. It was as if he was physically in the room with me. I didn't tell Jake about it at first. I didn't want him to think I was being dramatic or that I regretted moving so far from my family. But I did call Michael that night, just to hear his real voice and reassure myself. Everything was normal with him. He was just dealing with his usual work stress and hadn't been thinking about me in any particular way when I heard his voice. About 2 weeks after that first incident, something even stranger happened. I was at my desk again, headphones on, deep in work. It was around 3 in the afternoon, and I caught something moving in my peripheral vision. I glanced over, and for a split second I saw my mom's cat, Jinx, walking past my doorway. I ripped my headphones off and jumped up, calling out, "Jinx!" before I even had time to process how impossible it was. Jinx is a distinctive cat, black with these weird white patches that look almost like a tuxedo. He's been my mum's cat for 7 years, and he's very much still living with her back home. My heart was racing as I went to the doorway and looked out into the hallway. Nothing. No cat. I searched the entire apartment, which didn't take long since it's not that big. We don't have a pet, and there's absolutely no way a cat could have gotten into our 6th-floor apartment. This time I did tell Jake, but I played it off as a weird hallucination from working too much. He suggested I take more breaks and maybe get my eyes checked. I nodded and agreed, but internally I was freaking out. I'm not the type of person who sees things that aren't there. What bothered me most wasn't just seeing something that couldn't be there, it was the specificity. My brother's voice, my mother's cat. Not random ghosts or shadows or whatever people typically report in haunted places, but specific fragments of my home life, my family, appearing hundreds of miles from where they should be. I started researching the building's history, hoping to find some explanation. I spent hours online, looking through old newspaper archives, city records, anything I could find about the old post office. According to everything I found, it was just a normal post office that operated from 1893 until 2008 before being converted to apartments. No tragic deaths, no infamous crimes, nothing that would explain a haunting. And even if it was haunted, why would the ghosts take the form of my family members? The experiences kept happening, becoming more frequent. One evening while cooking dinner, I heard my dad's laugh coming from the bedroom. That specific full-belly laugh he does when he finds something particularly funny. I froze with the knife in my hand, feeling the hairs on my arms stand up. Another time, I smelled my grandmother's signature perfume while doing laundry in our small utility closet. It was so strong and sudden that I actually called out Nana before realizing how ridiculous that was. She's alive and well, living in a retirement community back home. Last week, I was in the shower when I heard what sounded exactly like my little sister's footsteps running down the hallway. She has this specific way of running on her tiptoes that makes a distinctive patter. I actually threw open the shower curtain, expecting somehow to see her there, water dripping all over the bathroom floor as I stood naked and shivering, listening to an empty apartment. I'm not sleeping well anymore. I keep waking up thinking I've heard someone call my name or felt someone sit on the edge of the bed. Jake has started to notice that something's wrong. He keeps asking if I'm homesick or if I regret moving here with him. I don't know how to explain that it's not about missing home. It's about home somehow following me here in these unsettling, impossible ways. Yesterday was the worst day yet. I was alone again, working with my headphones on as usual. It was around 2 in the afternoon when I felt something brush against my legs under the desk. I jumped a little but tried to ignore it. Then it happened again. The distinct feeling of a cat rubbing against my calves, something I'd experienced thousands of times with Jinx back home. I slowly lowered my hand below the desk, half expecting to actually feel fur under my fingers. There was nothing there, but the sensation against my legs continued. I pushed my chair back and looked under the desk. Nothing. But as soon as I sat back down, I felt it again. Then I heard my brother's voice again, clearer than ever. "Alex, are you okay? You look pale." I spun around so fast I knocked my coffee all over my desk and keyboard. No one was there, but the voice had been so real, so present. I felt tears spring to my eyes as I scrambled to clean up the mess, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I called Jake at work, trying to keep my voice steady. I told him I wasn't feeling well and asked if he could come home early. He heard the panic in my voice and said he'd be there in 20 minutes. I couldn't bring myself to stay in the office, so I went to sit in the living room, refusing to put my headphones back on. While waiting for Jake, I heard what sounded like my mother's humming coming from the kitchen, the specific tune she always hums when she's cooking, a habit that used to annoy me as a teenager, but now filled me with an indescribable dread. I covered my ears and started crying. When Jake got home, he found me curled up on the couch, lights on, TV blaring to drown out any other sounds. I broke down and told him everything, all the incidents, all the specific family connections, how it felt like pieces of my home life were somehow bleeding into our apartment. To his credit, Jake didn't immediately dismiss me as crazy. He held me while I cried and suggested that maybe the stress of the move, starting a new job, and being away from my family was manifesting in these experiences. He offered to find me a therapist, which I agreed to, even though I don't believe this is just in my head. This morning, while Jake was in the shower, I heard my dad call out from the kitchen asking if I wanted coffee, something he did every single morning when I lived at home. I didn't even get up to check. I just sat there, tears streaming down my face, paralyzed by the impossibility of it all. I don't know what's happening. I don't believe in ghosts, but I also know what I'm experiencing is real. The voices, the smells, the sensations, they're all too specific, too personal to be random hallucinations. It's like pieces of my family life are somehow crossing the distance between my hometown and this apartment, manifesting in these fragments of sensory experiences. The worst part is that I don't feel threatened. There's nothing malevolent about any of it. It's just my family, my home, but distorted and impossible, and appearing in places they can't possibly be. And that almost makes it worse, because if it were clearly evil or threatening, maybe I could convince myself to leave. But how do you run away from the comforting, familiar things you love when they're appearing in ways that defy reality? I'm writing this from a coffee shop down the street because I couldn't stand to be in the apartment alone today. I don't know what to do. Jake thinks I should see someone, and maybe he's right. But what if it's not me? What if there's something about that old post office building that's somehow connecting to my past, my family, my home? What if moving 400 miles away wasn't enough to truly leave home behind? I just want it to stop. or at least understand why it's happening, because right now I'm questioning everything I thought I knew about reality, and I don't know how much longer I can live like this. Story 6. I never expected to have a real-life ghost experience. I mean, I watched all those paranormal shows growing up and thought it would be cool to have my own encounter someday, but when it actually happened, totally different story. This happened back when I was in 7th grade, around 13 years old. My best friend Aidan lived in this super old house in Riverton, the kind of place that's got history practically seeping from the walls. His family had moved there a couple years earlier, and from the first time I visited, something about it felt off. Aidan's house was built sometime in the 1800s, during the Underground Railroad era. That's not just me trying to make the story creepier. It was actually documented as one of the houses in our town that helped hide escaped slaves. The layout of the basement made it pretty obvious once you knew what to look for. I'd been to Aidan's place tons of times before, usually just hanging out, playing video games, normal kid stuff. But every once in a while, weird things would happen. Nothing major at first, just feeling like someone was watching me when nobody was there, or catching glimpses of what looked like people out of the corner of my eye. One time I swore I saw a man standing at the end of the hallway, but when I turned to look directly at him, there was nothing there. Aidan had mentioned a few strange things happening to his family too. His little sister complained about hearing someone whispering in her room at night. His mom talked about items being moved around when nobody was home, but they mostly brushed it off, like most families do. Old houses make noises, his dad would say. The basement was always the worst part. It had these weird storage areas that looked like crawl spaces, these window-like openings in the walls, but without any glass. They extended about 10 feet deep into the walls, and they were just big enough for a person to hide in. First time I saw them, Aidan's dad explained they were almost certainly used to hide people during the Underground Railroad days. I'd only been in the basement a handful of times before and never liked it. It had this heaviness to it, like the air was thicker down there. But being 13 and obsessed with ghost hunting shows, I eventually convinced Aidan we should do our own investigation. It took weeks of begging, but Aidan finally agreed one Friday night when his parents were going to a dinner party. They'd be gone for hours, and his older sister was supposed to be watching us, but was mostly just texting her boyfriend upstairs. I came prepared. I'd borrowed my dad's old camcorder that had night vision capability. I brought an EVP recorder, which was really just a voice recorder app on an old phone, and we each had flashlights. I'd watched enough ghost hunting shows to know the basics: ask questions, record everything, look for unusual temperature changes. We started on the main floor, feeling pretty brave with all the lights on. We walked around asking questions like, "Is anyone here with us? And can you make a sound to let us know you're here?" Nothing happened, of course. We were just kids playing pretend. But then Aidan suggested we go to the basement. Even with our flashlights, the basement was incredibly dark. The light switches were at the bottom of the stairs, and they only turned on a single dim bulb that barely illuminated anything. The rest of our light came from our flashlights, which created these long, creepy shadows across the concrete floor. The basement was a mess. Years of storage had left piles of boxes, old furniture, and random junk scattered everywhere. Spiderwebs hung from the ceiling, and there was a layer of dust on almost everything. It smelled musty and old, like pages of ancient books. We had to pick our way carefully through the debris to get to the side room where those crawl spaces were. I remember my heart pounding as we entered that room. It was colder than the rest of the basement, noticeably so. I told myself it was because of poor insulation, but part of me wasn't convinced. The crawl spaces looked even creepier in the dark. Our flashlight beams only penetrated so far into them before being swallowed by the darkness. I half expected to see someone, or something, hiding in the shadows at the back of them. We started asking our ghost hunting questions again, this time with more seriousness. If there's anyone here who used this house for shelter during the Underground Railroad, Can you make a noise? Nothing. Is there anyone here who wants to communicate with us? Still nothing. After about 15 minutes of this, we started to feel silly. Aidan suggested we check out one more area before heading back upstairs. A small closet-like space on the other side of the basement. It had an old wooden door that was usually kept open with a doorstop because it had a tendency to swing shut on its own. When we got to the closet, Aidan decided he wanted to go in alone for a minute with the EVP recorder while I waited outside. I was secretly relieved. The closet was tiny and cramped, and I didn't particularly want to squeeze in there. So I stood outside with the camcorder, filming as Aidan ducked into the closet. He was only in there for maybe 2 minutes before coming out, looking disappointed. "Nothing," he said. "This is stupid. Let's go back upstairs." We started making our way back toward the stairs, picking through the junk and debris. We were about halfway there when we heard it, a loud grating sound from behind us, like something heavy being dragged across concrete. Then a violent bang that echoed through the entire basement. We both screamed. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I screamed like I'd never screamed before. The camcorder went flying as I grabbed Aidan's arm. We sprinted toward the stairs, tripping over boxes and junk, not looking back. As we ran, I vaguely registered what had happened. That closet door had slammed shut with incredible force, the door that was always propped open, the door that should not have been able to close on its own. We practically fell up the stairs in our panic, not stopping until we reached the living room. We were both hyperventilating, and I could feel tears on my face, though I didn't remember starting to cry. Aidan's sister came running down from upstairs, asking what happened. When we told her, she rolled her eyes and said we were being babies. It took us almost 30 minutes to calm down enough to even consider going back downstairs. I wanted to just leave everything down there and go home, but my dad's camcorder was still on the basement floor, and I knew I'd be in huge trouble if I lost it. Eventually, we convinced Aidan's sister to come down with us. She turned on every light on the way, complaining the whole time about how immature we were. When we reached the basement stairs, she flipped on all the lights down there too. With the basement fully illuminated, it didn't seem quite as terrifying. But as we made our way back to where we'd been, I noticed Aidan had gone completely pale. "The door," he whispered, pointing. The closet door that had slammed shut was now mostly closed, with just a small gap where it hadn't fully latched. But what made my blood run cold was the fact that there was trash and debris piled against it, boxes and old papers that would have made it impossible for the door to swing shut on its own. Someone, or something, would have had to force it closed, pushing all that stuff out of the way. Aidan's sister, trying to maintain her big sister superiority, walked over to investigate. She pushed the door open wider, and that's when we saw it. There was an old Nalgene water bottle, you know, those hard plastic ones that are nearly indestructible, wedged under the door. It was covered in dust, clearly having been in the basement for ages. But what made us all freeze was the condition of the bottle. It was crushed and deformed with deep scratches all over it, as if something had violently compressed it when the door slammed. Even Aidan's sister couldn't explain that away. The force needed to damage a Nalgene bottle like that would have been enormous. None of us could have done it, not even all three of us together. We grabbed the camcorder and fled back upstairs. When we reviewed the footage later, there wasn't much to see, just our scared reactions and the camcorder falling to the ground as we ran. The audio picked up the bang clear as day, though. I've tried to come up with logical explanations over the years. Maybe the house settled, maybe there was some kind of pressure change, but none of that explains how a door closed with enough force to crush a nearly indestructible water bottle, especially with all that junk in the way. Aidan's family moved out about a year later. They never said it was because of anything paranormal, but I noticed his mum was always quick to change the subject whenever anyone mentioned the basement. I've been on plenty of ghost tours since then, visited supposedly haunted places, even done a few more amateur ghost hunts with friends. But I've never experienced anything like what happened in that basement. Nothing that left physical evidence, nothing that I couldn't explain away. That scratched bottle haunts me more than any ghost ever could, because whatever caused it was powerful enough to leave its mark on the physical world. And to this day, I have no idea what it was. Story 7. I still can't explain what happened that day in Carson. It's been 3 months, and I get goosebumps every time I think about it. My buddy Scott had just signed a lease on this apartment near Carson, Nevada. Not right in the city, but in this small town about 20 minutes out. It was one of those places where everyone knows each other, you know. The kind of town with one grocery store and a diner where the waitresses call you Horn, even if they've never seen you before. Scott had called me that morning asking if I could help him move in. "Alex, man, I need your truck and your muscles," he'd said. "I'll buy you dinner and beers after." How could I say no? We've been friends since high school, and I'd helped him move twice before. This place was supposed to be his fresh start after his breakup with Melissa. I arrived around 10 in the morning. The apartment complex wasn't anything special. 2 stories, beige stucco exterior, probably built in the 90s. It looked decent enough, though. Scott was already there with his car full of boxes. He seemed excited, pointing out the mountain view from the parking lot and telling me how the rent was way cheaper than his old place. "Second floor, end unit," he said, jangling his new keys. "Come check it out before we start hauling stuff." The apartment was empty except for some cleaning supplies Scott had dropped off the day before. 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen, and a living room with sliding glass doors to a tiny balcony. Standard stuff. But as soon as we walked in, I don't know how to describe it. Like walking into a room where people had just been arguing. That lingering tension in the air. Scott must have felt it too, because he looked at me and said, "AC must be on too high or something." But the air wasn't cold. It was just heavy. We shrugged it off and started moving boxes. The usual stuff. Clothes, kitchen stuff, his gaming setup. Scott isn't exactly a minimalist, so there was plenty to carry. By late afternoon, we'd made about 6 trips between his old place and the new one. We were sweaty, tired, and ready for those promised beers. That's when I noticed it again. Every time we'd enter the apartment with a new load, there was this weird feeling like we were interrupting something, like someone was there, watching us, annoyed that we kept barging in. I caught Scott glancing over his shoulder a few times too. "You feel that?" I finally asked as we set down his TV stand. "Feel what?" he said, but his eyes darted to the hallway leading to the bedrooms. "Like we're not alone in here." He wiped his forehead with his sleeve. "Probably just tired, man. New place, unfamiliar sounds." But I could tell he felt it too. We finished moving around 7 and ordered pizza. Scott insisted I crash there instead of driving home, tired. We set up his PlayStation, cracked open some beers, and tried to relax. It worked for a while. We played Call of Duty until around midnight, talked about his new job, normal stuff. But every now and then, one of us would pause mid-sentence and look toward the hallway or the kitchen. I slept on the couch since Scott hadn't set up his guest bedroom yet. He lent me a pillow and blanket and headed to his room around 1 in the morning. I was exhausted from all the lifting and fell asleep almost immediately. I woke up suddenly at 3:23. I remember checking my phone. At first, I thought it was the unfamiliar surroundings that woke me. Then it hit me. The smell. Holy crap, the smell. It was like someone had left meat out for weeks, like roadkill baking in the sun. It was so strong I could taste it. I sat up, gagging, thinking maybe we'd forgotten some food somewhere, though that made no sense. The smell was everywhere, thick in the air. "Scott," I called out, "you smell that?" I heard him stumbling around in his bedroom. He came out looking disoriented, his hand covering his nose and mouth. "What the hell is that?" he coughed. "I don't know, man. It's like something died in here. We checked everywhere, under the sink, behind the fridge, in the cupboards. Nothing. The smell was strongest in the hallway between the bedrooms, but we couldn't find a source. It was so bad my eyes were watering. Then, as suddenly as it came, it was gone, like someone had flipped a switch. 1 minute we were gagging, the next we were standing there looking at each other, breathing normally. "Did you?" Scott started. "Yeah," I said. "It's gone." We stood there in the dark hallway, both of us in our boxes, completely freaked out. Neither of us said what we were thinking, that this wasn't normal. That smells don't just appear and disappear like that. "Maybe it came through the vents from another apartment," Scott suggested. But we both knew that wasn't it. The smell hadn't faded gradually, it had vanished instantly. We checked the time, almost 4 in the morning. Neither of us wanted to go back to sleep, but we had to be up in a few hours. Scott had his first day at the new office, and I had work too. "Let's just try to get some sleep," he said. "I'll call the landlord in the morning." I nodded, but I didn't sleep. I lay on that couch, staring at the ceiling until sunrise, listening to every creak and settling noise in that apartment. I could hear Scott tossing and turning too. Morning came, and in the daylight it was easier to dismiss what had happened. Scott called his landlord while I made coffee. The landlord seemed concerned and promised to check the ventilation system for dead animals. He came by around noon after I'd left for work. Scott texted me later. "Landlord found nothing. Said he'd have maintenance do a deeper check tomorrow. You coming back tonight?" I hesitated. I didn't want to, but I also didn't want to leave Scott alone there. "Yeah, I'll bring dinner," I replied. I got back around 6 with Chinese takeout. Scott seemed on edge, but was trying to play it cool. He'd unpacked most of his stuff, making the place look more lived in. We ate and watched TV, trying to keep the conversation normal. But we both kept glancing at the clock as it got later. "Maybe it was just a one-time thing," he said around 9, not sounding convinced. "Yeah, maybe," I agreed. We stayed up late again, neither of us eager to go to sleep. Around midnight, Scott finally said he needed to get some rest for work. I stayed on the couch, scrolling through my phone, not really reading anything. That's when it started. First, the footsteps. Heavy, slow footsteps coming from the hallway. Thud, drag, like someone limping or dragging something. I froze, my phone clutched in my hand. The sound was so clear, so unmistakable. I could feel each step through the floor. And there was something else, a metallic jingling with each step, like chains. Thud, drag, jingle, thud, drag, jingle. I couldn't move. I was afraid to look, afraid to call out to Scott. The footsteps moved from the hallway toward the living room, toward me. Then the smell returned, hitting me like a wall. That same rotting, putrid stench, but stronger this time. I gagged and pulled my shirt over my nose. "Scott!" I finally managed to yell. "Scott!" I heard him scrambling out of bed. The footsteps stopped, but the smell remained, getting stronger by the second. Scott burst out of his room. "You hear that? You smell it?" I nodded, still unable to get up from the couch. We stood there in terrified silence, listening. The footsteps had stopped, but the smell was becoming unbearable. Then Scott did something I'll never forget. He straightened up, took a deep breath, and stepped forward into the middle of the living room. His face was pale, but his voice was steady. "In the name of Jesus Christ," he said clearly, "I command any and all evil to leave this place." The effect was immediate. The smell vanished. The heavy, oppressive feeling lifted. The apartment suddenly felt empty, just a normal apartment. Scott and I stared at each other, breathing hard. Neither of us spoke for what felt like minutes. "It's gone," he finally whispered. And it was. The atmosphere had completely changed. The air felt lighter, cleaner. The apartment felt like just walls and floors again, not like something was watching us from every corner. We stayed up all night anyway, sitting on the couch with all the lights on, talking in low voices. Scott told me he'd been raised in a religious household. His parents had always taught him about spiritual warfare, but he'd never experienced anything like this before. "You think it was a ghost?" I asked him. "I don't know," he said. "But whatever it wasn't supposed to be here." The next day, we were exhausted, but relieved. The apartment felt normal in the daylight. Scott called his landlord again, this time asking if anyone had ever died in the apartment. The landlord seemed uncomfortable with the question, but eventually admitted that a woman had committed suicide in the building about 7 years ago, not in Scott's unit, but in an apartment on the first floor directly below his. He said she'd been dead for weeks before they found her, Scott told me. The smell had seeped into the whole building. We couldn't prove that what happened was connected to her. Maybe it wasn't, but I know what I experienced that night. I know what we both heard and smelled and felt. Scott still lives in that apartment. He says nothing has happened since that night. No footsteps, no smells, no feeling of being watched. He even had his pastor come by to bless the place just in case. As for me, I haven't stayed overnight there again. I can't. Even knowing whatever it was seems to be gone, I can't shake the memory of those footsteps, thud, drag, jingle, coming closer in the darkness. I'm not particularly religious, but I saw firsthand what happened when Scott spoke those words. Something was there with us that night, something that had no right to be in our world, and somehow, with a few simple words, it was gone. I don't have an explanation for what happened in that apartment near Carson, but I know what I experienced, and I know I'll never forget it. Story 8. I've never shared this experience before, but I still think about it even though it happened 20 years ago. I was 10 years old, and my best friend Emma invited me to spend a week at her family's place in upstate New York during summer break. It was this huge old property that her grandparents owned. Bailey Lodge, they called it. Emma always made it sound amazing, like some magical retreat hidden in the woods where her extended family would gather. I was so excited when my parents finally agreed to let me go. It was my first time staying away from home for more than just an overnight, and I packed everything I could think of. My mom even bought me a new disposable camera so I could take pictures of everything. The drive up there took forever. I remember watching as the suburbs faded into countryside, then into thick forests. When we finally turned onto this long gravel driveway, I could barely see the house through all the trees. It was so isolated. No neighbors in sight, just woods and more woods. Bailey Lodge wasn't what I expected. I'd imagined something cozy like a cabin, but this was a massive 3-story Victorian house with a wraparound porch, peeling white paint and black shutters. It reminded me of those spooky houses in the Goosebumps books I was reading at the time, but I tried not to think about that. Emma's grandparents greeted us first. They seemed ancient to my 10-year-old eyes. Her grandfather had this bristly white beard and walked with a cane, and her grandmother was tiny with these thick glasses that magnified her eyes. The inside of the house smelled like old wood and potpourri. Every room had this heavy furniture that looked like it weighed a ton, and there were family photos covering nearly every wall. The first couple days were actually really fun. Emma's cousins were there too. 2 boys named Ryan and Josh, who were a bit older than us, maybe 13 and 14, and her younger cousin Maddie, who was 8. We spent most of our time exploring the property, which had these overgrown gardens, a small pond, and trails through the woods. Emma's grandfather had marked the trails with red ribbons tied to trees, and he warned us not to go past where the ribbons ended. The property's big, he told us. Easy to get turned around if you don't know where you're going. Everything felt normal until the 3rd night. That's when they decided to have a bonfire. Emma's Uncle Tom dragged a bunch of logs into this clearing about 50 yards from the house, and after dinner, everyone headed out there. The adults brought folding chairs and coolers of drinks. Emma's dad even carried out this old portable stereo that kept cutting in and out. It got dark fast out there in the woods. The bonfire threw this flickering orange light across everyone's faces, and beyond that circle of light, the darkness seemed absolute. I remember noticing how the windows of the house glowed yellow in the distance, these perfect rectangles of light cutting through the blackness. Around 9 o'clock, Emma's Uncle Tom started telling ghost stories. Nothing too scary at first, just silly stuff about headless horsemen and haunted barns. But then he started telling this story about the previous owners of Bailey Lodge. They were a wealthy family, he said, lowering his voice so we all had to lean in. The father was some kind of inventor who made his fortune and built this house in 1887. They had 5 children, but the youngest daughter was different. He went on to describe how this girl would sleepwalk and talk to people who weren't there. The family eventually locked her in the attic room when her behavior became too disturbing. According to Tom, one winter night, the girl vanished. They found footprints in the snow leading from the house into the woods, but they ended abruptly. She was never found. Some say she still wanders these woods, Tom finished, looking for a way back home. I remember feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. Emma squeezed my hand, and I could tell the story had freaked her out too. Her grandfather chuckled and muttered something about Tom embellishing the truth, but nobody really denied the story outright. That's when I first heard it, a snapping sound from the woods behind me, like a twig breaking under someone's foot. I turned to look, but couldn't see anything beyond the ring of firelight. Probably just a deer, Emma's dad said when he noticed me staring into the darkness. But then I heard it again, closer this time, and there was something deliberate about it, like whatever was making that sound wanted us to hear it. The adults started talking about normal stuff, work and politics and boring grown-up things. The cousins were roasting marshmallows. Everything seemed fine, but I couldn't shake this feeling that we were being watched. I glanced back at the house, and that's when I saw it for the first time. There was a figure standing at one of the upstairs windows, just a silhouette against the yellow light. At first, I thought it must be one of Emma's relatives, but I looked around the bonfire and counted everyone. All 11 people who were staying at the lodge were sitting around the fire. "Emma," I whispered, tugging her sleeve, "look at the house. There's someone in the window." Emma squinted toward the house. "Which window?" "Second floor, the one on the right." By the time she looked, the figure was gone. "I don't see anything," she said. "There was someone there, I swear." Emma shrugged. "Probably just a shadow or something." I tried to convince myself she was right, but about 15 minutes later, I saw it again. This time, the figure seemed to be moving behind the curtain in a different window, the big one at the end of the second floor. I nudged Emma again, but by the time she looked, there was nothing to see. "You're letting Uncle Tom's stories get to you," she said, but I could tell she was getting annoyed with me. The third time I saw it, I couldn't keep quiet. The figure was clearly visible, standing perfectly still in the center window of the third floor, the attic. It looked like a person, but something about the proportions seemed wrong, like the head was too small, or the arms too long. "There's someone in the house," I blurted out, loud enough that everyone around the fire stopped talking and looked at me. Emma's dad frowned. "What are you talking about, Lily?" "In the attic window," I said, pointing. "There's someone watching us." Everyone turned to look at the house. The window I was pointing at was dark now, the figure gone once again. "I don't see anyone," Emma's mom said gently. "There was someone there," I insisted. "I've seen them 3 times now." Emma's grandfather cleared his throat. "All of us are out here, Lily. There's nobody else in the house." "Unless it's a ghost," Ryan said with a snicker, which earned him a stern look from his mother. I felt my face burning with embarrassment. Nobody believed me, and now they probably thought I was some scared little kid making things up. I shut up after that, but I kept watching the house. The figure appeared 2 more times that night, always in different windows, always disappearing before anyone else could see it. Around 10:30, Emma's mom decided it was time for the younger kids to go to bed. Emma and I were sharing a room on the second floor with a view of the backyard and woods. As we got ready for bed, I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. "You believe me, don't you?" I asked Emma as we changed into our pajamas. She hesitated before answering. "I don't know, Lily. It was probably just shadows from the trees or something." I didn't push it. We brushed our teeth in the upstairs bathroom, and Emma's mom came in to say goodnight. The house creaked and settled around us as we lay in our twin beds, a small lamp on the nightstand between us, casting soft light across the room. "Can we leave the lamp on?" I asked. The thought of being in darkness terrified me. "Sure," Emma said. "I don't mind." I lay there for what felt like hours, listening to Emma's breathing become slow and steady as she fell asleep. The house made so many noises, the wind against the windows, the old pipes clanking, floorboards expanding and contracting. Each sound made me tense up. Then I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate steps in the hallway outside our door. At first, I thought it was one of the adults checking on us, but the footsteps stopped right outside our door. I stared at the gap under the door, expecting to see shadows of feet, but there was nothing. Just the sound of someone standing there, breathing quietly. I was too scared to call out or wake Emma. I pulled the covers up to my chin and watched the doorknob. It didn't turn, but after what seemed like forever, the footsteps continued down the hall, growing fainter until I couldn't hear them anymore. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to early morning light filtering through the curtains. Emma was already awake, sitting on the edge of her bed with a strange expression on her face. "What's wrong?" I asked, sitting up. Emma looked at me, then glanced at the door before whispering, "I need to tell you something, but you can't tell anyone else, okay?" I nodded, suddenly wide awake. "I saw it too," she said. "Last night at the window. I didn't want to say anything because my cousins already tease me for being scared of this place." My skin prickled. "You saw the person in the window?" She nodded. "And that's not all. Last summer, Ryan and Josh said they saw someone watching them from the woods. Grandpa said it was just their imagination, but..." She trailed off, looking uncomfortable. "But what?" I pressed. "Sometimes I hear things here. Footsteps when everyone's asleep, whispering in empty rooms." She twisted her hands in her lap. "I hate staying here, but Mom says it's important to visit Grandpa and Grandma." We didn't get to talk more because Emma's mom called us down for breakfast. The day passed in a blur. The adults decided to take us into town for ice cream and shopping, which meant we were away from the house for most of the day. I was relieved, honestly. That evening I called my parents from the landline in the kitchen and begged them to come get me. I made up some excuse about not feeling well. They couldn't come until the next morning, but just knowing I'd be leaving soon made me feel better. That last night at Bailey Lodge was the longest of my life. We didn't have another bonfire. It rained instead, so everyone stayed inside playing board games. I kept seeing movement from the corner of my eye, shadows that shouldn't have been there, but every time I turned to look directly, there was nothing. When it was time for bed, Emma and I went upstairs together. As we passed the door that led to the attic stairs, I swear I heard something scratch against the wood, like fingernails dragging slowly down the other side of the door. Emma heard it too. I could tell by the way she grabbed my hand and pulled me quickly to our room. We pushed a chair against our bedroom door that night and left every light on. Neither of us slept much. Sometime in the middle of the night, the chair scraped across the floor as something pushed against our door from the hallway. It wasn't violent, just a gentle, persistent pressure that moved the chair an inch or two before stopping. We both froze, staring wide-eyed at each other across the space between our beds. The pressure against the door stopped after a minute, and we heard those same slow footsteps moving away down the hall. My parents picked me up early the next morning. I never told them why I really wanted to leave, and I never went back to Bailey Lodge again. Emma's family sold the property 3 years later, after her grandparents passed away. Emma and I stayed friends through middle school, but we never really talked about what happened that summer. It was like we both silently agreed to pretend it never happened. But I still think about it sometimes, especially at night when my house makes those normal settling noises. I wonder what was watching us from those windows, what stood outside our bedroom door. Was it the ghost of that lost girl from Tom's story, or something else entirely? All I know is that whatever I saw at Bailey Lodge was real, and to this day, I can't shake the feeling that if I'd looked out our bedroom window that final night, I would have seen a small figure looking back at me from the edge of those dark woods, waiting for me to join it. Story 9. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. Even typing this out makes my hands shake a little. What happened to my family and me last year still keeps me up at night, and I've never been able to explain it to anyone who wasn't there without sounding completely insane. We moved to Millfield last September. My mom, my 3-year-old sister Lily, and me. I'm 22, had just finished college, and was taking a gap year before grad school. The house seemed perfect, a charming 2-story in a quiet suburb with good schools for Lily and enough space for all of us. My French bulldog Bruno came along too. He's always been this super chill, lazy dog who barely even barks at the doorbell. The first 2 weeks were completely normal. We unpacked, got settled, met a few neighbors. Mum started her new job, and I was watching Lily during the day. Nothing weird happened at all, not a single thing that would have warned us about what was coming. It started on a Tuesday night. I remember because I'd been binge-watching this stupid reality show and went to bed super late, around 1 in the morning. I fell asleep almost immediately, but woke up a couple hours later to what felt like someone sitting on my bed. I wasn't alarmed at first. Bruno sometimes jumps up in the middle of the night and curls up by my feet. I felt the weight shift slightly, like when someone adjusts their position. It was at the foot of my bed, right where Bruno usually sleeps. I reached out sleepily to pet him, without opening my eyes, but my hand just hit the comforter. The weight was still there though. Actually, it felt even heavier. I opened my eyes and checked the time on my phone. 3:02 a.m. The room was dark except for the faint glow from my phone screen. I sat up confused and turned on my bedside lamp. No Bruno, but the mattress was still visibly depressed at the foot of my bed, like someone was sitting there. I could literally see the outline of what looked like someone's butt and legs pressing into my comforter. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I just stared at this invisible weight, making a very visible impression on my bed. After what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds, I heard Bruno growling from the hallway. That's when I really got scared, because Bruno never growls. He's the most gentle dog I've ever known. I called out to him in this pathetic, shaky voice, and he kept growling, but wouldn't come in. The depression on my bed slowly shifted, like whatever was sitting there was turning toward me. I swear I could see the mattress change shape as this invisible thing moved. Then, all at once, the impression disappeared. The mattress just sprang back to normal, and Bruno stopped growling. I jumped out of bed, ran to the hallway, and found Bruno standing there, staring into my room with his ears back. I picked him up. He's not small, like 30 pounds, and took him downstairs. We slept on the couch that night. The next morning I convinced myself it was just a weird half-dream. I didn't tell Mom because she was stressed enough with the new job and taking care of Lily. I went back to my room that night but left the light on until I fell asleep. Nothing happened for a few days, and I started to relax. Maybe it really had been a dream. Then on Saturday, I was taking a shower. I had shampoo in my hair and soap all over my face when I felt 3 distinct taps on my right shoulder. Tap, tap, tap. Not like water drops, like actual fingers. I figured Lily had wandered into the bathroom. She was going through that phase where privacy meant nothing, so I quickly rinsed my eyes and called out her name. No answer. I wiped my eyes clear and looked around. The bathroom door was still closed, and I was completely alone. My stomach dropped. The taps had been so clear, so deliberate, and I was 100% awake this time, not half asleep like before. I finished my shower in record time, got dressed with my back against the wall, and practically ran downstairs. Mom noticed something was wrong and asked me about it, but I just said I wasn't feeling well. What was I supposed to say? "Hey, Mom, I think our new house has a ghost that likes to touch people in the shower." She'd think I was losing it. That night I had the worst nightmare I've ever experienced. I dreamed I was being held down in my bed by something I couldn't see, something heavy that was pressing on my chest and making it impossible to breathe. I woke up gasping around 2 in the morning, covered in sweat. My room felt freezing cold, despite it being September, in a house with no AC running. I couldn't go back to sleep after that. I went downstairs to the kitchen to get some water and ended up sitting at the table, trying to calm down. I decided to have a cigarette. Mom doesn't know I smoke, and stepped out onto our back porch. It was dead silent outside, that eerie middle-of-the-night silence where you can hear every little sound. While I was out there, I heard a loud crash from across the street. It sounded like breaking glass. I peered through the darkness and saw that one of our neighbor's windows had shattered. There was no one around, no car driving away, nothing that could explain why a window would just break in the middle of the night. I put out my cigarette and went back inside, feeling even more unsettled. As I walked up the stairs, I heard another crash, this one from inside our house, from my bedroom. I ran the rest of the way up and flipped on the light. The large framed picture that had been hanging above my bed had fallen, but not just fallen. It looked like it had been violently ripped from the wall. This wasn't a light picture. It was heavy glass in a solid wood frame, secured to the wall with actual screws. We'd installed it properly because Mom was paranoid about things falling on us in our sleep. The glass had shattered all over my pillow, exactly where my head would have been if I hadn't woken up from that nightmare. The screws that had held it were still in the wall, bent at odd angles like something had pulled the picture with incredible force. I started shaking uncontrollably. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't my imagination. Something had tried to hurt me. I cleaned up the glass in a daze and slept in Lily's room that night on her floor. I told Mom the picture had fallen while I was in there and that I'd accidentally knocked it while reaching for something. She believed me, but gave me a weird look when I insisted on having Bruno sleep in my room for the next few nights. Things escalated quickly after that. Doors started slamming throughout the house, even when there wasn't any draft. We'd be sitting in the living room watching TV, and upstairs we'd hear my bedroom door slam shut, then the bathroom, then Lily's room. Mom started noticing it too, and would go check, but there was never anything out of place. The worst part was when whatever this thing was started messing with Lily. She began waking up screaming in the middle of the night. Not normal toddler nightmares. These were full-on terror screams that made my blood run cold. She'd be sitting up in bed, pointing at the corner of her room, absolutely hysterical. When Mom or I asked what was wrong, all she could say was, bad man standing. But there was never anyone there. One night, about 3 weeks after the first incident on my bed, I heard a violent slamming coming from Lily's room. Not just a door. It sounded like furniture was being thrown around. I ran in there, terrified of what I might find. Lily was sound asleep, which made no sense with the noise I'd heard. But her toys had been thrown off her shelves, books were scattered across the floor, and her little chair was upside down on the opposite side of the room from where it usually sat. The window was closed. There was no way a 3-year-old could have done all that and then fallen into such a peaceful sleep in the seconds it took me to get to her room. I woke her up and took her to Mom's room. I told Mom everything then, the weight on my bed, the tapping in the shower, the picture falling exactly where my head would have been, all of it. She looked skeptical at first, but after looking at Lily's room, she couldn't explain it either. That night, we all slept in Mum's room with the door locked. Around 3 a.m., we were awakened by every single door in the house slamming simultaneously. It was like an explosion of sound. Bruno went absolutely ballistic, barking and growling at Mum's bedroom door. Then we heard heavy footsteps coming up the stairs, slow and deliberate. Mum called the police while I held Lily, who was screaming again about the bad man. The footsteps stopped right outside Mum's door. The doorknob started turning, even though we'd locked it. It turned all the way around, then back, then around again, faster and faster. The police arrived 10 minutes later, but by then the noises had stopped. They checked the entire house and found nothing, no signs of break-in, no one hiding anywhere. They probably thought we were crazy or overly anxious women jumping at normal house noises. We moved out the next day. Mum called her sister, and we packed only what we absolutely needed. We were out of there by nightfall. We stayed with my aunt for 2 months while looking for a new place. We never went back to get the rest of our stuff. Mum hired movers to pack everything up later. It's been 9 months since we left that house. We've never experienced anything like that in our new place. Lily doesn't mention the bad man anymore, and Bruno is back to his lazy, never-barking self. I still don't know what was in that house or why it seemed to target me and then Lily. I've researched the property history but found nothing unusual. No deaths, no crimes. The family that moved in after us is still there as far as I know. Sometimes I wonder if they're experiencing the same things we did, or if whatever was there was somehow connected to us specifically. All I know is that I've never been so terrified in my life, and I still can't sleep with my back to the room. Some nights, I still wake up feeling like there's a weight at the foot of my bed, and I have to turn on the light to make sure it's just my imagination this time. Story 10. I don't even know where to start with this. I'm literally typing this out while sitting in my car in the driveway because I'm too freaked out to go back inside. My hands are still shaking. I've never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural before, but after what's been happening these past 3 weeks, I don't know what to think anymore. It all started exactly 1 day after my aunt's mother, my mum's sister's mother-in-law, passed away. I know that sounds like a distant connection, but our families have always been really close. When she died, we all felt it. She was this sweet old lady who always made the best cookies during the holidays and told these amazing stories about growing up in rural Kentucky. The funeral was scheduled for the following week, so we were all just processing the news. The very next evening after we got the call about her passing, weird stuff started happening around our house. At first it was just the lights. I was in the kitchen making dinner when the overhead light flickered a few times and then went out completely. I figured it was just a bulb that needed changing, so I grabbed the stepladder from the garage and replaced it. Not even 5 minutes later, it happened again. This time, when I looked up at the fixture, the light came back on by itself. I remember feeling this weird chill run down my spine. That same night, our dogs started acting strange. We have 2 golden retrievers, Bailey and Max, who are normally the most chill, happy-go-lucky dogs you could imagine. But suddenly, they wouldn't go into certain rooms in the house. The hallway leading to the guest bedroom became this no-go zone for them. They'd stand at the entrance, hackles raised, and just stare down the hall like they could see something we couldn't. If we tried to coax them in that direction, they'd whine and back away. I tried telling myself there must be some logical explanation. Maybe a mouse had gotten into the walls, or there was some high-pitched noise from the plumbing that only they could hear. I even checked for mold or weird smells, anything that might explain their behavior. Nothing. By the end of the first week, the electrical issues had gotten worse. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. My bedroom lights would flash on and off while I was trying to sleep. The microwave would start running without anyone touching it. I called an electrician who spent 3 hours checking the wiring and said everything was perfectly normal. He suggested it might be power surges from the electrical company and recommended we get some surge protectors. We did, but it didn't help. If anything, things escalated. Last night was when it all came to a head. My mom and I were sitting at the dining table having dinner. My boyfriend was working late, so it was just the two of us. We were talking about everyday stuff, her work drama, this paper I'm writing for my psych class, when the light in the laundry room started flashing. Not just flickering like a loose bulb, but turning completely on and off at regular intervals. Like someone was standing in there flipping the switch. Mom got up to check it out. The minute she stepped into the laundry room, the light stopped. She checked the switch, the bulb, everything. Nothing seemed wrong. She even unplugged the washer and dryer, just in case they were causing some kind of electrical interference. As soon as she sat back down at the table, the light started flashing again. Maybe we should call someone, I suggested. I wasn't sure who exactly. An exorcist, a different electrician, but I was getting seriously freaked out. Mom tried to play it cool, but I could tell she was spooked too. Let's give it a few days, she said. It's probably just a wiring issue we haven't figured out yet. After dinner, we decided to watch a movie to take our minds off things. Ironically, we picked Hocus Pocus. We both love Halloween movies year-round. About halfway through, her dog, she has a separate little Yorkie named Pepper, who thinks she's the queen of the house, suddenly jumped up from her spot on the couch and started growling at the hallway. The same hallway the other dogs won't go near. Pepper's not a barker. She's tiny and usually only makes noise when someone rings the doorbell, but there she was, standing on the couch cushion, every muscle in her little body tensed, growling at something neither of us could see. Mum tried to calm her down, but Pepper wouldn't stop. She kept staring at that same spot in the hallway, like she was tracking something moving. After a few minutes of this, she suddenly yelped, like someone had stepped on her tail, and darted into Mom's bedroom, hiding under the bed. We paused the movie and checked the hallway. Nothing there, of course, but it felt different. The air was heavy and cold, even though it's been in the 80s all week and our AC isn't that great. I felt like I was being watched, like there were eyes on me from every direction. Mom suggested we just finish the movie and go to bed early. We're just working ourselves up, she said, but her voice had this tremor I'd never heard before. I couldn't focus on the movie after that. I kept glancing at the hallway, half expecting to see something standing there. When we finally called it a night around 11, I practically ran to my bedroom and shut the door. I even put my desk chair under the doorknob, something I've never done before in my life. I tossed and turned for hours, jumping at every little creak and groan the house made. When I finally did fall asleep, I had these intense dreams, nothing I can clearly remember now, just impressions of being chased and watched by something I couldn't see. I woke up around 3 in the morning with this burning sensation on my back. At first, I thought I was still dreaming, or maybe having some kind of allergic reaction to my new laundry detergent. I stumbled to the bathroom, flipped on the light, and twisted around to look at my back in the mirror. What I saw made my blood run cold. 4 long red scratches ran diagonally across my back from my right shoulder blade down to the middle of my spine. They weren't deep, but they were definitely there. Raised, angry red marks that stung like hell. I stood there staring at them, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I sleep in a tank top, so it wasn't like my shirt could have bunched up and scratched me. My nails are short. I bite them when I'm stressed, so I couldn't have done it to myself in my sleep. The dogs were with Mom in her king-sized bed, like they've been every night since this stuff started happening. And my boyfriend wasn't home. There was literally no explanation for those scratches. I didn't go back to sleep after that. I sat on my bed with all the lights on, my back against the wall so nothing could sneak up behind me, until the sun came up. When I heard Mom moving around in the kitchen, I practically sprinted out of my room to show her my back. She went pale when she saw the scratches. "Maybe you caught yourself on something," she suggested weakly, but we both knew that wasn't it. It started the day after Aunt Lisa's mother-in-law died, I said quietly. Do you think it could be her? Mom shook her head. Janet was the sweetest person. She wouldn't do something like this. She hesitated. Besides, why would she come here? She's never even been to this house. That's what's been bothering me all day. If there is something in our house, some kind of spirit or entity or whatever you want to call it, why now? Why coincide with Janet's death? It's like her passing opened some kind of door and something else came through. Something that isn't Janet. The timing can't be a coincidence. It's like whatever this is saw a moment of vulnerability. A time when the barrier between life and death was thin because someone we knew had just crossed over and took advantage. The scratches are what really convinced me this isn't something benevolent. Those weren't some kind of loving message from beyond. They hurt. They were meant to scare me, to mark me in some way. After showing Mom my back this morning, I took pictures of the scratches and then spent hours online researching paranormal activity, ghost encounters, demonic presences, anything that might explain what's happening. Most of it seemed like nonsense, but some stories sounded eerily similar to our situation. Electrical disturbances, pets acting strange, physical attacks during the night. One site suggested setting up cameras around the house to try and capture evidence. Another recommended a cleansing ritual with sage. Someone else said we should bring in a priest or medium. I don't know what to believe or what to do. Mom called Aunt Lisa to tell her what's been happening. Lisa got really quiet on the phone, then admitted that weird things have been happening at her house too, since her mother-in-law passed. Objects moving by themselves, cold spots in rooms, the feeling of someone sitting on the edge of the bed in the middle of the night. That conversation just made everything more real and more terrifying. It's not just us. Whatever this is, it's affecting multiple households connected to Janet's death. Right now, I'm sitting in my car typing this because I needed to get out of that house for a bit. The air inside feels thick, like it's hard to breathe. The scratches on my back are still stinging. Mum's talking about staying at a hotel tonight, and I'm all for it. I've never believed in the supernatural before, but I don't know how else to explain what's happening. The timing, the escalation, the physical evidence on my back, it all points to something beyond normal explanation. And the fact that it started immediately after Janet's death but clearly isn't her spirit. That's what scares me the most. What if something used her passing as an opportunity to enter our world? What if it's just getting started? I don't know what to do. I don't know who to turn to. All I know is that I'm terrified to go back into that house, especially once it gets dark. But we can't stay away forever. That's our home. We can't just abandon it. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Any advice on what we should do? Because right now, I'm out of ideas and running out of courage to face whatever is waiting for us inside. Story 11. That summer was brutally hot and boring as hell. No internet worth mentioning, just dial-up that tied up the phone line, and our parents would freak if we used it too much. So we had to get creative with entertainment. Veronica and I had been obsessed with those ghost hunting shows on TV, and we started collecting local ghost stories from kids at school, older neighbors, pretty much anyone who'd talk to us. I had this spiral notebook where I wrote everything down, locations, the stories behind them, what supposedly happened there. Most were probably BS, but when you're 14 in a town with one movie theater that only shows films months after they're out, even BS ghost stories seem worth investigating. We convinced our friends Samantha and Steve, they were siblings too, to join us for what we called our paranormal investigation night. Sam was my age, and Steve was a year older than Veronica. Steve was into that whole goth thing, wearing all black and listening to bands none of us had heard of. He acted like he knew everything about the paranormal, but looking back, he was just as clueless as the rest of us. Our mom worked night shifts at the hospital that summer, so one Friday night when she left for work, Veronica borrowed her car. She wasn't supposed to drive other people yet on her provisional license, but rules were for losers, or so we thought. I remember feeling so grown up as we gathered our ghost hunting equipment. 4 flashlights from the garage. I checked the batteries like 5 times. A Ouija board Sam's grandmother had given her, which her mum didn't know she had, and 10 pennies. The pennies were specifically for Tenpenny Bridge, which was last on our list because it was the creepiest. We had this whole itinerary. First stop was the old elementary school that closed down in the 90s. There was a story about a janitor who died there, and kids claimed they could hear sweeping noises at night. We spent 45 minutes there and heard absolutely nothing except Steve trying to scare us by making weird noises. Then we tried the cemetery, which was just a cemetery. Nothing happened. The abandoned factory on the edge of town was next, and honestly, the scariest thing there was probably tetanus from all the rusty metal. By 11:30, we were getting disappointed and hungry. We stopped at the gas station for snacks, and I remember Veronica saying, "We might as well try Tenpenny Bridge since we've got time before Mom gets home." I felt this weird pit in my stomach when she said it. I'd heard the stories about that bridge my whole life. The bridge wasn't anything special, just a concrete overpass about 30 feet long, spanning a creek bed that was usually dry in summer. It was called Tenpenny because supposedly, back in the 70s or 80s, this homeless guy was found dead there with exactly 10 pennies in his pocket. Some versions of the story said he froze to death, others said he jumped. The legend was that if you parked on the bridge at midnight, turned off your car and lights, and placed 10 pennies in a row on the concrete guardrail, your car would stall when you tried to leave, and the pennies would move or disappear. We pulled onto the bridge around midnight. It was so dark out there with no streetlights, just cornfields on both sides. We were about 15 minutes outside town, on this backcountry road that hardly anyone used. Veronica parked right in the middle of the bridge and turned everything off. The silence was immediate and heavy. No music, no engine, no lights, just 4 teenagers sitting in the dark. "Okay, let's do this," Steve said, trying to sound confident, but his voice cracked a little. We got out of the car, and I remember how weird it felt, like the darkness was pressing against my skin. The air was thick with humidity, making it hard to breathe, and there were mosquitoes everywhere. We used our flashlights to find the guardrail, and Steve placed our 10 pennies in a perfect line about 6 inches apart. They were just regular pennies we'd collected from our change jars at home. Nothing special. "Now what?" Sam asked, swatting at mosquitoes. "Now we wait," Veronica said. We wandered around the bridge for maybe 10 minutes, our flashlight beams bouncing around. I was getting bored and the mosquitoes were killing me. Then Steve called us over, his voice weird and tight. "Guys, come look at this." We hurried over and saw that 2 of the pennies on the right end had been pushed aside about an inch. Not knocked over, not blown by wind, just moved slightly. Out of alignment. "Did any of you touch these?" Veronica asked, and we all shook our heads. "Maybe a bug moved them," I suggested, not believing it myself. Steve carefully pushed the pennies back into line. "Let's all stand on the other side of the car and watch," he said. So we did. We stood there in a row, shining our flashlights at these stupid pennies. I remember checking my watch, 12:17. We'd been there about 15 minutes. My legs were getting tired and I was about to suggest we give up when I heard it. It was the unmistakable sound of a penny flicking through the air. It zipped right between Rachel and Steve's heads and bounced on the pavement with that distinct metallic ping. We all froze. My blood went cold. Something had thrown one of our pennies. "What the actual fuck?" Steve whispered. We turned our flashlights to the guardrail. 9 pennies remained, but they weren't in a straight line anymore. They were arranged in this jagged pattern, up and down, like a heart monitor line when someone's having a heart attack. Some were balanced precariously on the edge of the rail, defying gravity. I swear to God, As we stood there staring, one penny slowly rotated 90 degrees. No wind, no vibrations. It just turned. Sam started crying. I couldn't move. It felt like my feet were cemented to the ground. "Get in the car," Veronica finally said, her voice shaking. "Now!" We scrambled in, practically climbing over each other. Veronica turned the key, and nothing. The engine made that awful clicking sound when the battery's dead. She tried again. Click, click, click. "Start the fucking car," Steve yelled. "I'm trying." Veronica was panicking now, turning the key over and over. On the fourth try, the engine sputtered to life, then immediately died. The fifth try, it roared and then cut out again. The sixth try, it finally caught and stayed running. Veronica didn't even wait for us to close our doors properly before she floored it, tires squealing on the concrete. We drove maybe 2 miles before anyone spoke. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. "That was real," Sam kept saying. "That was fucking real." Once we were safely back on the main road with streetlights, we started calming down. Veronica's knuckles were white from gripping the steering wheel so hard. Then Steve said the thing I'll never forgive him for. "We should go back." "Are you insane?" I nearly screamed. "We need to see if the pennies are still there," he insisted. "This could be proof of actual paranormal activity." "Fuck your proof," Sam said. "I want to go home." But Veronica had this look in her eye. She'd always been the brave one, the one who jumped off the high dive first, who rode the scariest roller coasters. "Maybe we should. We're already out. Mom won't be home for hours." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Ronnie, no, please. Just a quick drive-by," she said. "We won't even stop." So we went back. It took about 10 minutes to get there, 10 minutes of the most suffocating silence I've ever experienced. As we approached the bridge, Veronica slowed down but kept the car running and the headlights on. And there they were, all 10 pennies, back in a perfect straight line on the guardrail, including the one that had been thrown. "Go," I whispered. "Please go." Veronica didn't need convincing this time. She sped away, and nobody spoke again until we dropped Sam and Steve off at their house. We made them promise not to tell anyone, not even their parents. This was our secret. When we got home, we double-checked all the locks and slept in the same bed like we used to when we were little. I don't think either of us actually slept much. The next morning, I woke up first around 7. As I sat up, something small and cold slid from my chest and fell into my lap. A penny. I froze, unable to breathe. Veronica was still asleep next to me. There on her forehead was another penny. I shook her awake, barely able to speak. The penny fell off as she sat up, and she stared at it in horror. Later that day, we called Sam and Steve. They both found pennies too. Sam's was in her hair, and Steve's was clutched in his hand when he woke up. We never left those pennies in our rooms. We have no idea how they got there. We never went ghost hunting again. We never spoke about that night to anyone else. Veronica and I didn't even talk about it between ourselves after a while. It was easier to pretend it didn't happen. But 22 years later, I still can't look at pennies the same way. I don't keep them. If I get them as change, I leave them on counters or throw them away. Every year on that same date, I check my bed before I sleep, and when I wake up. I've moved 6 times since then, living in 3 different states. But once, about 5 years ago, I woke up on the anniversary of that night and found a single penny balanced on my nightstand. I never told anyone, not even Veronica. I threw it out the window and called in sick to work. The weirdest thing is how it's connected us all these years. We've all gone our separate ways, college, careers, marriages, but we still text each other every year on that day, just checking in. No one ever mentions why. We don't need to. I've tried to rationalize it 1,000 times. Maybe someone was on the bridge messing with us. Maybe we imagined the whole thing. Maybe we were just stupid, suggestible teenagers, but none of that explains the pennies in our beds. None of that explains why, sometimes, I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear the sound of a penny spinning on a hard surface before it goes still. I don't believe in much supernatural stuff these days. I've grown up, gotten practical, but I will never, ever stop at Tenpenny Bridge again. And if you're ever driving through rural Indiana at night and come across a small concrete bridge, just keep going. Whatever you do, don't stop. And for God's sake, don't leave any pennies. DC, Story 12. I've debated for months whether to share this. Part of me still can't believe it happened, and I worry people will think I'm making it up or that I'm crazy. But I need to tell someone who might understand. I've always seen things other people can't see. Shadows moving when they shouldn't. People who aren't really there. My parents thought I had an overactive imagination as a kid, but I learned pretty quick to stop mentioning it. They'd get this worried look, and my dad would say, "Mija, you need to stop with these stories." So I did. I stopped telling them, but I never stopped seeing. This all happened about 7 months ago when I was 16. My parents had let me drive to visit my tia Elena, who lives about 2 hours away. It was supposed to be a weekend trip. Drive there Saturday morning, come back Sunday afternoon. My dad had only let me go because my aunt promised I could stay overnight. The visit started fine. My cousin Lucia and I hung out, and my aunt made my favorite chilaquiles. But then my uncle Chobi got home. Everyone calls him Chobi because he's always chewing something, gum, toothpicks, whatever. I hate him. He's controlling and has these cold eyes that follow you around the room. That evening, he and my aunt got into this huge fight. I could hear him yelling about money, about her family always taking advantage. I felt so uncomfortable, and Lucia just sat there staring at the floor like this was normal. When I texted my mum about it, she said maybe I should come home after all. When I told my aunt I wanted to leave, she seemed relieved, like she was glad I wouldn't witness more fighting. But then Chobi came in and said, "You can't drive that late. It'll be dark soon." My aunt suggested I stay anyway, but he cut her off. "No, let her go if she wants. Her parents let her drive here. She can drive back. She's not a baby." The way he said it, like he was daring me. I should have called my parents then, but I was stubborn and didn't want him to think I was scared. Plus, I'd driven at night before, just not that far. So I left around 7. It was already getting dark, but the drive started fine. I put on my playlist and tried to ignore the knot in my stomach. About an hour in, it started raining. Not just regular rain, it was coming down in sheets. The windshield wipers could barely keep up. I missed a turn somewhere because suddenly nothing looked familiar. My GPS kept cutting out because of the storm, and when I tried calling my parents, the call wouldn't go through. No service. The gas light came on, and panic started creeping up my throat. That's when I saw the motel sign glowing through the rain, Pine Valley Inn. It wasn't much, just this small 2-story place with maybe 20 rooms. The parking lot was almost empty, just 3 other cars. I pulled in, thinking I'd just stay the night and figure things out in the morning. The lobby was brightly lit but felt off somehow. Faded carpets, the smell of old cigarettes, even though there was a no smoking sign. Behind the counter was this older woman, maybe in her 50s, with graying hair pulled back in a bun. When she looked up, her eyes widened slightly. "Can I help you?" Her voice was soft, almost too quiet to hear. "I need a room for tonight. The storm's really bad and I'm lost." She looked at me for a long moment. "How old are you, honey?" 18, I lied. I knew they probably wouldn't give a room to a 16-year-old. She frowned like she didn't believe me. "I don't think—" "Is there a problem, Margaret?" I jumped. A man had appeared from a back office. He was maybe in his 20s, tall with dark hair and this smile that didn't reach his eyes. He wore a name tag that said, "Manager." "This young lady needs a room," Margaret said, still frowning, "but I think she should call her parents." "Nonsense," he cut in. "Can't you see she's soaked? We have plenty of rooms." He turned to me with that same empty smile. "Don't mind Margaret, she's new here." Margaret didn't look new. She looked like she'd been working there forever. She also looked scared. I'm actually the owner, he said, reaching for a key from behind the counter. Daniel Miller. Room 12 is all ready. Ground floor, nice and quiet. I filled out the registration form with fake information while Margaret kept glancing between me and Daniel. When I handed over my debit card, my parents let me have one for emergencies, Daniel's fingers brushed against mine. They were ice cold, and I had to force myself not to pull away. As he handed me the key, he said, "If you need anything at all, just call the front desk. I'm here all night." The way he emphasized anything made my skin crawl. I hurried down the hallway toward my room, and that's when I saw her, a woman standing by the ice machine crying. She was young, maybe 25, with long brown hair, and I could see through her. Not completely, but enough to know she wasn't alive. Not anymore. I've seen spirits before, but I've never interacted with them. I just pretend they're not there. But this one looked right at me, and her eyes widened like she recognized me. Before I could react, she was gone. I practically ran to my room, fumbling with the key. Once inside, I double-locked the door and put the security chain on. The room was basic: queen bed, old TV, bathroom with yellowing tiles. I tried calling my parents again, but still no service. The storm was rattling the windows, and I could hear water dripping somewhere in the bathroom. I sat on the bed trying to calm down. That's when I heard it, a whisper right next to my ear. "Get out of here." I jumped up, heart pounding. There was no one there, but the voice had been so clear. "He's coming, you need to leave." It was the same voice, but now it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I looked around wildly, but the room was empty. Then I heard a key in the lock. My blood turned to ice. I watched, frozen, as the handle turned, but the security chain caught. Through the crack in the door, I saw Daniel's face. "Everything okay in there?" he called. "Just checking if you need fresh towels." "I'm fine," I managed to say, my voice shaking. "I don't need anything." He hesitated, then the door closed. I heard his footsteps move away down the hall. He had a key to my room, and he'd used it without knocking. The whisper came again, more urgent. "Window, now!" I ran to the window and looked out. My car was still there, just a few spaces away, but my keys were in my purse, which I'd thrown on the bed. If I left the room to get to my car, I'd have to go through the lobby where Daniel was. Then I saw movement outside. Daniel was walking quickly across the parking lot, heading straight for my room. But he was coming from the direction of the lobby, which meant he'd gone outside to come to my window. I ducked down just as he reached my window, pressing myself against the wall. Through the thin curtains, I could see his silhouette as he peered in. After what felt like forever, he moved away. I was trapped. If I tried to leave through the door, I might run into him in the hallway. If I stayed, he would probably come back with some excuse to get into my room. That's when I noticed my purse wasn't on the bed anymore. I was sure I'd left it there, but now it was on the floor by the door. I grabbed it, hands shaking, and dug for my keys, but they weren't there. Panic was taking over. I was going to be sick. I had to get out, keys or no keys. Maybe I could find Margaret or use the phone at the front desk to call for help. I inched toward the door, listening for any sound in the hallway. It was quiet. I removed the security chain as slowly as possible to avoid making noise, then cracked the door open and peeked out. The hallway was empty. I slipped out, closing the door softly behind me, and hurried toward the lobby. But as I turned the corner, I heard Daniel's voice coming from that direction. I froze, then ducked into a small alcove with an ice machine. "Check the cameras, and I'm telling you, she's perfect," I heard him say. "Young, alone, no one knows she's here." I couldn't hear the response, but Daniel laughed, a sound that made my stomach turn. I couldn't go to the lobby. I had to get to my car somehow. I turned and headed for the side exit, praying it wouldn't trigger an alarm. It didn't. I slipped outside into the rain, which was still coming down hard. I ran across the parking lot to my car, but then realized again I didn't have my keys. I was stranded. I crouched beside my car, trying to think. Maybe I could break a window? But then what? I couldn't hotwire it. I didn't even know how. Then I nearly screamed when someone tapped on the car window above me. It was Margaret. She was holding my keys. "Get in," she said, her voice barely audible over the rain. "He's coming!" I didn't question how she had my keys. I grabbed them, unlocked the car, and jumped in. As I started the engine, I saw Daniel burst out of the side door, looking around wildly. He spotted my car and started running toward me. I floored it, tires squealing as I peeled out of the parking lot. In my rearview mirror, I could see him standing in the rain, watching me go. I didn't slow down until I was miles away. I was still lost, still in the storm, but at least I was away from that place. About 20 minutes later, I saw flashing lights behind me. For a second, I thought it was Daniel somehow, but when I pulled over, it was my abuelo's police cruiser. My grandfather is the police chief in our county. Apparently, my parents had been trying to call me for hours, and when they couldn't reach me, they panicked. They'd called my abuelo, who had used my phone's location to track me. I broke down as soon as I saw him, sobbing so hard I could barely explain what had happened. He called for backup to check out the motel while he drove me home. 2 weeks later, my abuelo came to our house. They'd arrested Daniel Miller, except that wasn't his real name. He was a fugitive wanted in 3 states for rape and murder. They'd found evidence in his office at the motel linking him to at least 5 victims. "There's something else," my abuelo said, looking troubled. He showed me a photo on his phone. "Was this the woman who helped you? The receptionist?" It was Margaret. I nodded, and my abuelo's face went pale. "Sophia, this woman was found in a shallow grave behind the motel. According to the coroner, she had been dead for at least 3 days before you arrived." I felt like the floor had disappeared beneath me. "That's impossible," I whispered. "She gave me my keys. She helped me escape." My abuelo shook his head. "I don't understand it either. But there's no doubt. This woman was Daniel's most recent victim before you arrived. I didn't tell him about seeing the crying woman by the ice machine. I didn't tell him about the whispers warning me to leave. Some things are still too hard to explain. All I know is that something, or someone, saved me that night. What I've always thought of as a curse, seeing people who aren't really there, turned out to be a blessing. I still see them sometimes. But now, instead of looking away, I wonder what they're trying to tell me." Story 13. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened in our Sydney beach house back in 2011. My husband Mark and I had just moved there in April with our 6-month-old son, Ethan. It was supposed to be our dream home, a modest but beautiful place with private beach access that we'd managed to get for a steal because the previous owners had to relocate suddenly for work. The real estate agent kept emphasizing what a lucky find it was, and we believed her. The first few weeks were absolute bliss. The sound of waves crashing against the shore every night, the salty breeze flowing through the windows, and Ethan sleeping better than he ever had before. It felt like everything was finally falling into place for us. Then the weird stuff started happening. It began so subtly that I questioned my own memory at first. We'd placed Ethan's wooden cot about 3 feet from the wall in his nursery to make it easier for me to walk around it during night feedings. One morning, I went in to get him and noticed the cot was much closer to the wall than I remembered placing it. Maybe 2 feet instead of 3. "Did you move Ethan's cot last night?" I asked Mark over breakfast. He looked up from his coffee, confused. "No, why would I do that?" I shrugged it off. Maybe I was misremembering where we'd put it. Sleep deprivation does strange things to your mind, and though Ethan was sleeping better, I was still adjusting to motherhood. That evening, I made a point to notice exactly where the cot was positioned before we went to bed. I even took a photo on my phone, which feels silly in hindsight, but something just felt off. I placed it exactly 3 feet from the wall again, measuring with my steps. The next morning, it had moved again. Not dramatically, but enough that there was now only about a foot of space between the cot and the wall. I showed Mark the photo from the night before, and he frowned. "That's weird. Maybe the floor isn't level. This is an old house." That made sense, so Mark brought out a level and checked the floorboards. They were perfectly even. We moved the cot back to its original position and tried to forget about it. The third morning is when I started to feel truly uneasy. The cot wasn't just closer to the wall, it was flush against it. There was no gap at all. Ethan was sleeping peacefully, unaware that his bed had somehow shifted 3 feet across the hardwood floor overnight. "Mark, this isn't normal," I said, my voice shaking slightly as I showed him. He examined the cot carefully, looking underneath it and at the floor. The cot had no wheels, just solid wooden legs that would make a scraping noise if dragged. The floors showed no marks of dragging, and Ethan was just a baby. He couldn't even crawl yet, let alone move a heavy wooden cot. "Maybe we're both moving it in our sleep or something," Mark suggested, though he didn't sound convinced. "Let's try something tonight." That evening, we placed the cot in the center of the room, about 6 feet from any wall. We both took photos on our phones. I even placed a ring of baby powder around the legs of the cot. If someone or something moved it, there would be evidence in the powder. I barely slept that night. I kept waking up to check the baby monitor, but everything looked normal. Ethan slept soundly. Around 3 in the morning, I finally fell into a deeper sleep. The scream that came out of my mouth when I entered Ethan's room the next morning woke Mark instantly. He came running in to find me standing frozen in the doorway, staring at the cot. It had moved all the way across the room and was pressed firmly against the same wall as before. The baby powder was undisturbed, except for a clean path where the cot had seemingly glided through it. Ethan was awake and babbling happily, reaching up for his mobile, completely unaware of how impossible his current position was. "This isn't possible," Mark whispered, looking pale. "Did you check the baby monitor footage?" I hadn't thought of that. We rushed to review it, but to our horror, the monitor had malfunctioned overnight. The last clear image was from 11:30 at night, showing the cot in the center of the room. After that, there was just static until 5 in the morning, when the image cleared to show the cot already against the wall. We spent the day researching logical explanations. Could there be some kind of magnetic pull in the wall? Was the house settling in a way that made the floor slope? We even called a building inspector who came out that afternoon and found nothing unusual about the structure of the house. That night, we decided to take more drastic measures. Mark secured the cot to the floor using brackets he bought from the hardware store. They weren't permanent. We didn't want to damage the hardwood, but they were sturdy enough that the cot couldn't be moved without significant force. We also set up Mark's old digital camera on a tripod in the corner of the room, set to record all night. We put Ethan down as usual, kissed him goodnight, and reluctantly left him in his secured cot. I don't think either of us slept more than a few minutes at a time that night. We kept checking the monitor obsessively. Around 2 in the morning, the monitor went to static again. Mark immediately got up to check on Ethan. "He's fine," he whispered when he came back. "The cot's still secured where we left it. I don't know why the monitor keeps cutting out, though." When morning came, we rushed to Ethan's room together. My stomach dropped when I saw that the cot was once again against the wall. The brackets had been pulled clean out of the floor, leaving small holes behind. The camera had stopped recording at exactly 2:17 in the morning. But what disturbed me most was what I noticed next. The cot wasn't just against any part of the wall. It was positioned precisely in front of a section where the wallpaper pattern aligned perfectly with the height of the cot. It was as if whatever was moving it wanted it in that exact spot. Mark and I were beyond scared now. We took Ethan and stayed at my mother's house that night, bringing a portable crib for him to sleep in. We set it up in the guest room, far from any walls. The next morning, the portable crib hadn't moved an inch. Maybe it was just something weird about the house, Mark suggested hopefully. An electrical field or something scientific we don't understand. I wanted to believe him, but deep down, I knew better. Whatever had been moving Ethan's cot wasn't following scientific principles. Still, we had to go back eventually. We couldn't just abandon our home. After 2 nights at my mother's, we reluctantly returned. This time, we moved Ethan's cot into our bedroom, placing it at the foot of our bed as far from the walls as possible. That night, I woke to the sound of wood scraping against wood. It was subtle at first, then more pronounced. I froze, afraid to open my eyes, but the sound continued. Scrapper, scrapper, scrapper. When I finally forced myself to look, I saw the cot moving on its own, inch by inch, toward the wall that our bedroom shared with Ethan's nursery. The same wall his cot had been drawn to before. It wasn't sliding smoothly, it was moving in jerky motions, as if someone was pushing it a little at a time. But there was nobody there. I reached out and grabbed Mark's arm, squeezing hard. He woke with a start and saw it too. The cot moved another inch as we watched, Ethan still sleeping peacefully inside. "Stop!" I screamed, leaping out of bed and grabbing the cot. It felt like I was fighting against something, a force pulling it toward the wall. Mark joined me, and together we held it in place. The pulling sensation stopped abruptly. We stayed there, clutching the sides of the cot, until sunrise. Ethan slept through the whole thing, unaware of the terror his parents were experiencing. The next day, we started looking for a new place to live, but real estate in Sydney isn't easy to find on short notice, especially when you're desperate. We were stuck there for at least a few more weeks. That afternoon, while Mark was making phone calls to real estate agents, I decided to examine the wall more carefully. There had to be a reason why whatever this was wanted Ethan's cot against that specific spot. I ran my hands along the wallpaper, feeling for anything unusual. Near the spot where the cot kept being moved to, I noticed the wallpaper felt slightly different, warmer, and with a subtle texture change. I pressed against it, and to my surprise, it gave slightly. Heart pounding, I fetched a utility knife and carefully cut a small slit in the wallpaper. When I peeled it back, I found a small hollow in the wall. Inside was a tiny cloth bundle tied with string. My hands trembled as I removed it. The bundle was old, the fabric yellowed with age. When I carefully untied the string, I found dried herbs, small bones that looked disturbingly like they might be human finger bones, and a scrap of paper with strange symbols drawn on it. I dropped it immediately, my skin crawling. I'd never believed in witchcraft or anything supernatural before, but this looked exactly like the kind of thing I'd seen in horror movies. A witch's charm or curse hidden in the walls of a house. I called Mark over, and he was equally disturbed. Neither of us wanted to touch it again. We debated calling the police, but what would we say? That we found a weird bundle in our wall and our baby's cot kept moving by itself. Instead, Mark carefully wrapped it in a plastic bag using tongs from the kitchen, and we drove to a beach several kilometers from our home. We threw it into the ocean as far as we could, watching it sink beneath the waves. That night, we placed Ethan's cot in the center of our room again. Both of us prepared to stay awake all night if necessary, but nothing happened. The cot remained exactly where we'd put it. The next night was the same, and the next. For a week, everything was normal. We started to relax, thinking maybe we'd removed whatever was causing the disturbance. Then I got a call from our next-door neighbor, an elderly woman who'd lived in the area for decades. "I heard you moved into the old Campbell place," she said after introducing herself. "I've been meaning to come by and say hello." We chatted politely for a few minutes before she asked, "Have you had any troubles with the baby's room?" My blood ran cold. "What do you mean?" She hesitated. "It's probably nothing. Just an old story about the house. They say a midwife lived there in the 1930s. She lost a baby during a difficult birth, and in her grief, well, she took to stealing other women's infants in the night. They found 3 babies hidden in the walls when they finally caught her. I couldn't speak. Mark had to take the phone from my trembling hand. We moved out that same day, leaving most of our belongings behind. We stayed with my mother until we found a new place, never returning to the beach house except once, with police officers, to retrieve our essential belongings. The cot we left behind. I couldn't bear to have Ethan sleep in it ever again. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear that scraping sound. I get up and check on Ethan, now 12 years old, sleeping soundly in his bed against the center wall of his room. Sometimes I find myself wondering if we really got away, or if whatever was in that house somehow followed us. Because sometimes, when I'm not paying attention, I still find his bed has shifted slightly in the night. Story 14. I've always been able to wake myself from nightmares. It's like my brain has this emergency exit button. When things get too scary, I just think, wake up really hard and I'm out. Been that way since I was a kid. My mom used to say I had an overactive imagination because I'd wake up crying about monsters under the bed, but at least I could escape them. That changed 2 years ago. I don't know what to call this thing, except Smiler. That's what I started calling it in my head after the first time. I've never told anyone except my partner about these experiences. I'm not even sure why I'm writing this now, except that it happened again last night, and I'm terrified to go to sleep. The first time I saw Smiler was actually pretty mild compared to what came later. I was having this mundane dream about doing laundry in our apartment. I opened the airing cupboard, you know, where we keep the towels and bed sheets, and saw my partner standing inside. Except our airing cupboard is tiny, barely fits the linens, let alone a whole person. They were just standing there, completely still among the stacked towels, which should have been impossible. I remember thinking, that's weird, why are you in there? And they turned to look at me, except it wasn't their face anymore. The eyes were too wide, like someone had taped the eyelids open. And the smile, God, that smile. It stretched literally from ear to ear, showing way too many teeth. Not sharp or anything, just too many, too white, too perfect. The smile didn't move when they spoke. It just stayed fixed there like it was painted on. They said something I couldn't understand, like their voice was coming through static. That's when my wake-up instinct kicked in, and I jerked awake in bed, heart pounding. My partner was sleeping peacefully next to me. I chalked it up to a weird nightmare and eventually went back to sleep. 6 months passed before the second encounter. This time, I was dreaming about being in some kind of school reunion. Weird, because I haven't been to any reunions. I was talking to this guy I barely knew from high school, let's call him Mark, when suddenly everyone else in the dream froze. Mark kept talking like nothing was wrong, but I got that creeping feeling up my spine. He turned away from me to grab a drink, and when he turned back, his movements were all wrong, jerky, mechanical, like a badly animated puppet. And his face, it had that same horrible smile, the 2 wide eyes. Except this time, I noticed something else. The skin around the smile was stretched tight, like it was being pulled from behind by invisible hooks. I tried to wake up, but nothing happened. I thought, wake up, over and over, but I stayed trapped. In the dream, Smiler Mark tilted his head at an impossible angle, like his neck had extra joints, and started walking toward me. I backed away until I hit a wall, and he kept coming. Just before he reached me, I finally woke up. I was drenched in sweat, shaking. My partner woke up and asked if I was okay. I told them I had a nightmare, but didn't explain. How could I? Oh, I dreamed about a thing with a fixed smile that can trap me in my dreams. Sounds crazy, right? But I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just a recurring nightmare. It felt like the same entity both times, just wearing different faces. The third time was different, and so much worse. This happened about 4 months ago. I'd been having trouble sleeping for a few days, stress from work, probably. I was lying in bed beside my sleeping partner, staring at the ceiling at 3 in the morning, just willing myself to fall asleep. The room was dark, except for the faint glow of the street lamp through the curtains. I remember checking my phone, it was 3:17, and putting it back on the nightstand. I rolled onto my side, facing away from my partner, trying to get comfortable. That's when I felt it. The air in the room changed. It got heavier, colder. You know that feeling when you're alone but suddenly feel like you're being watched? It was like that, but amplified by 1,000. I didn't want to turn around. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me not to look, but I couldn't help it. It was like my head was being pulled by an invisible force. There, beside the bed, was a figure bent at a perfect 90-degree angle at the waist. Its upper body was horizontal, suspended impossibly over the bed. It wore what looked like a plain white t-shirt and jeans, like it was trying to look normal, but nothing else about it was normal. Its arms hung down toward the floor, too long, fingers nearly touching the carpet. And its face, that same horrible fixed smile, was hovering just inches from mine. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. This wasn't a dream. I was awake. The thing's eyes didn't blink either. They just stared, wide and unblinking, into mine. The smile never faltered. We stayed like that for what felt like hours but was probably only seconds. Then slowly it started to lean closer. I could feel its breath on my face, cold and smelling faintly of something metallic, like old pennies. Pure survival instinct kicked in. I managed to roll over and grab my partner, clinging to them like a life raft. I buried my face against their back, squeezing my eyes shut, shaking uncontrollably. They stirred and mumbled something sleepily. When I finally gathered the courage to look again, the thing was gone. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night, or much of the next week. I started leaving lights on, checked the locks obsessively. My partner noticed something was wrong, and I finally broke down and told them about all 3 encounters. They were supportive, but suggested it might be a form of sleep paralysis. I wanted to believe that, but sleep paralysis doesn't explain seeing something while you're wide awake. Then last night happened. I was dreaming about hiking in a forest I'd never been to before. It was a nice dream, actually. The sun was filtering through the trees. Birds were singing. I came across another hiker, a woman with long brown hair. She was standing with her back to me, looking out at a view from a cliff edge. I walked up beside her and said hello. When she turned to answer me, I noticed something was off about her. Her movements were fluid, normal, not like Smiler's usual mechanical motion, but her eyes kept darting to something behind me. I turned to look, but there was nothing there. When I turned back, she seemed nervous. "Do you see it?" she whispered. "See what?" I asked. She pointed past me, toward a small cabin I hadn't noticed before, partially hidden among the trees. "It's been following you," she said. I felt that familiar dread creeping up my spine. I looked toward the cabin and saw a figure standing in the doorway. At first, it was just a silhouette, but as my eyes adjusted, I could make out that it was watching us, watching me. Then it stepped forward into a patch of sunlight, and I saw that it had stolen the woman's appearance. Same clothes, same build, but its brown hair was all wrong, like a poorly made wig, and of course, it had that smile. I tried to wake up, tried so hard I could feel my real body straining with the effort, but instead of waking, something new happened. My dreaming self tried to scream while my real body did the same. The result was this horrible, choked, muffled cry that woke my partner. They shook me awake, saying I was making terrible noises in my sleep. I was crying before I even fully woke up. The terror from the dream carried over into wakefulness in a way I've never experienced before. But here's the part that's keeping me from sleeping tonight. As my partner was comforting me, telling me it was just a nightmare, I caught a glimpse of something in our bedroom doorway. Just for a second, a flash of movement, like someone quickly stepping back into the hallway. My partner didn't notice. They were focused on me. I made them check the apartment with me. No one was there, all doors locked, windows closed. But I know what I saw. It's getting bolder. Each time it gets closer to crossing completely into my waking life. The first time was just a dream. The second, a dream I couldn't escape. The third, it appeared while I was awake but sleepless, like it found some middle ground to exist in. And now this, appearing just as I wake, lingering at the edges of my consciousness. What happens next? Will it finally step fully into our world? Will it do more than just smile and stare? I don't know what this thing is or why it's fixated on me. It doesn't feel like a ghost or demon in the traditional sense. It feels like something that shouldn't exist here. Something that's found a tear between worlds and is slowly pushing its way through. All I know is I'm afraid to sleep tonight. I've got coffee, energy drinks, anything to keep me awake. My partner thinks I should see a doctor, maybe get sleeping pills. They don't understand that sleeping is exactly what I'm afraid of, because I know it's waiting for me. Smiler, with its wide, unblinking eyes and that horrible fixed grin. Waiting in that place between dreaming and waking, getting closer each time. And I can't shake the feeling that next time I won't be able to wake up at all. Story 15. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that summer day. I was 10 years old, living with my parents in rural Maine, about 15 minutes outside of Millinocket. Our house was pretty isolated, the kind of place where your closest neighbor is a quarter-mile away and everyone knows everyone's business anyway. I was always an outdoorsy kid, never afraid of the woods, never scared of the dark. My parents both worked long hours, so I had a lot of freedom to roam around by myself. Looking back, it was probably too much freedom for a kid my age, but that's just how it was back then. My Uncle Jeff lived about 2 miles down this dead-end dirt road from us. I'd ride my bike to his place all the time. He was this gruff outdoorsman type who worked as a logger and always had candy hidden in his kitchen cabinets for me. The road to his house was my favorite bike route. Hardly any cars, dense pine forests on both sides, and this amazing downhill section where I could just bomb down at full speed. That day in July of 2003 started like any other summer day. It was hot but not unbearable, maybe around 80 degrees. The sky was clear blue with just a few wispy clouds. Mom had left a note saying she'd be home around 6, and Dad was on a 3-day work trip to Portland. I made myself a peanut butter sandwich for lunch, grabbed my water bottle, and decided to head to Uncle Jeff's. I remember being in a particularly good mood. School was out. I had a new cassette player my dad had given me. I wasn't allowed to ride with headphones, though. And I'd just finished reading this cool book about wilderness survival. I felt like some kind of explorer as I set out around 1 in the afternoon. The first mile of the ride was completely normal. I passed old Mrs. Henderson's mailbox, waved at Mr. Peters, who was mowing his lawn, and scared a bunch of crows that were picking at something in the road. The forest on either side of the road was typical Maine woods, tall pines, some birch trees, thick underbrush. Nothing unusual. It was when I hit the downhill section that something felt off. I can't really explain it, but suddenly the hair on my arms stood up. You know that feeling when you're being watched? It was like that, but 10 times more intense. I slowed my bike down a bit, which was unusual for me since I normally loved to fly down that hill. That's when I glanced over to the right side of the road, into the pine woods. At first, I didn't see anything specific, just trees and shadows. But then, about 30 feet in, I noticed movement behind one of the larger pines. I remember thinking it might be a deer, or maybe even a moose. They were common enough in our area, but what stepped partially out from behind that tree wasn't a deer or a moose or anything I'd ever seen before. It was black. Not like black fur or black clothing, but black like oil or tar. Like something that absorbed all the light around it. It was roughly the height of an adult, maybe 6 feet tall, but its shape was wrong. It didn't have distinct limbs exactly, more like this shifting mass that somehow maintained a vaguely humanoid outline. And it was looking right at me. I know how this sounds. I've spent 20 years trying to rationalize what I saw. But I'm telling you, this thing was watching me with a kind of awareness that made my stomach drop. It didn't have eyes that I could see, but I felt it looking at me, studying me. For maybe 2 seconds, we just stayed like that. Me on my bike, frozen in terror, and this thing partially hidden behind the tree. Then it moved. God, the way it moved. It didn't walk or run. It kind of flowed, like primordial ooze. It darted to another tree, faster than should have been possible, and peered out at me again. That broke my paralysis. I started pedaling like my life depended on it, which honestly, I thought it did. I pumped my legs harder than I ever had before, not even daring to look back. But I could see it in my peripheral vision, keeping pace with me through the trees. It would dart from one trunk to another, always staying about the same distance away, always watching. It wasn't making any noise that I could hear over my own panicked breathing and the sound of my bike tires on the gravel road. Was it playing with me, hunting me? I couldn't tell. All I knew was that I needed to get to Uncle Jeff's house now. The worst part was that it seemed to be anticipating where I was going. A couple of times it darted ahead of me, as if it knew the road curved that way. Each time it did this, it would pause behind a tree and wait, like it was making sure I saw it. My chest was burning from exertion and fear. I remember thinking irrationally that I should go off-road to lose it, but the rational part of my brain knew that would be suicide. Whatever this thing was, it moved through the forest way better than I could on my bike. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I finally saw Uncle Jeff's cabin up ahead. The thing must have seen it too, because it stopped advancing. It hovered at the edge of the cleared area around his house, partially hidden behind a thick pine. I didn't slow down until I hit his gravel driveway. I dropped my bike right there, not even bothering to use the kickstand, and ran to his front door. I pounded on it with both fists, constantly looking over my shoulder to see if the thing was coming closer. It wasn't. It was still at the tree line, perfectly still, except for what looked like slight rippling across its surface, like the way heat makes the air waver above hot pavement. Uncle Jeff opened the door with an annoyed, "What the hell?" But his expression changed when he saw my face. I must have looked absolutely terrified. "What's wrong, kiddo?" he asked, immediately stepping outside and scanning the area. I was crying by this point, barely able to get the words out. "There's something in the woods," I managed to say between gulping breaths. "It followed me all the way here." Uncle Jeff squinted toward the tree line where I was pointing. I couldn't tell if he saw it or not. "What did it look like?" he asked, his voice suddenly very serious. "It's black and shiny and moves weird," I said. "Like tar or something. It kept following me, going from tree to tree." Something flashed across Uncle Jeff's face then. Not disbelief. Something more like recognition. Worry. He quickly masked it. "Wait here," he said firmly, and disappeared inside. He came back moments later with his hunting rifle. "Uncle Jeff, what is it?" I asked, now even more scared because he was clearly taking this seriously. "Probably just a bear," he said casually, but his eyes kept scanning the tree line methodically. "Bears sometimes follow people out of curiosity." "That wasn't a bear," I protested. "Bears don't move like that. It was like liquid." He put his hand on my shoulder. "Bears can move pretty quick through the woods when they want to. They do that. Come on inside. I'll make you some hot chocolate." I kept looking back as he guided me into the house. The thing was still there, watching. I'm certain of it. Inside, Uncle Jeff locked the door and closed all the curtains. He made me that hot chocolate he promised, added extra marshmallows, and sat me down at his kitchen table. Then he made a phone call. He tried to be quiet, but I heard snippets. "Yeah, down by the old logging road. Same description. No, the kid's fine, just scared. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out. When he hung up, I asked him who he was talking to. Just your mom, he lied, letting her know you're here. But I knew it wasn't my mom. My mom would have asked to talk to me. Uncle Jeff kept me inside for the rest of the afternoon. He tried to distract me with card games and TV, but I noticed he kept checking the windows. When it started getting dark around 7:30, he said he'd drive me home. What about my bike? I asked. I'll throw it in the truck bed. You can ride it next time. As we walked to his pickup, he kept the rifle in one hand and me close with the other. I remember how tightly he gripped my shoulder. The bike was right where I'd dropped it, but something seemed off about it. I realized later that it had been moved slightly, turned to face the other direction. The drive home was silent, except for the country music playing low on the radio. Uncle Jeff kept checking his rearview mirror. When we got to my house, he walked me to the door and waited until Mom answered. They talked quietly for a minute while I stood there. Mom's expression changed from confusion to concern, but she kept nodding like she understood something. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept my curtains closed tight and my desk lamp on. Every shadow, every creak of the house settling made me jump. The next day, Dad came home early from his trip. Mom must have called him. They both sat me down, and Dad explained that what I saw was probably just a black bear that got too curious. He said bears can look strange when the light hits them a certain way, and they're faster than people think. But I knew what I saw wasn't a bear. For the rest of that summer, I wasn't allowed to ride my bike alone anymore. Mom or Dad would drive me to Uncle Jeff's if I wanted to visit. The weird thing is, Uncle Jeff never brought up what happened, not once. If I tried to talk about it, he'd change the subject or say, bears do weird things sometimes, and leave it at that. About a month later, I overheard Dad and Uncle Jeff talking on the porch late at night. Dad asked, "Any more sightings?" And Uncle Jeff replied, "Nothing since. You know how it goes. Every few years." They stopped talking when they realized I was listening. That was 20 years ago. I'm 30 now and live in Boston. I've mostly convinced myself it was just a bear, and my imagination ran wild. Mostly. But sometimes, when I visit my parents who still live in the same house, I look out at those Maine woods and wonder. The thing is, I've seen bears many times since then. I know what bears look like, how they move. And that thing, that wasn't a bear. I think Uncle Jeff knew what it was. I think a lot of the locals knew. There's something in those woods that they don't talk about, something they've learned to live with by pretending it doesn't exist. I haven't been back on that road alone since, and I never will. Story 16. I still get goosebumps thinking about the things that happened to me in Pine Tree Valley. It's been about 7 years now, but I swear I can remember every detail like it was yesterday. I've never been the type to believe in supernatural stuff, but after what I experienced, I don't know what to think anymore. So I was 16 when all this began. My mom had recently broken up with her boyfriend Jim, who was actually a decent guy, despite their relationship not working out. He was really into music and played in a local band. When I mentioned wanting to learn guitar, he told me I could borrow his old acoustic. It was nothing fancy, just a worn Yamaha with a small crack near the bottom and these really old strings that had that brassy, dull sound to them. I brought it home and was super excited for about a week. I learned a few basic chords from YouTube tutorials, but then school got crazy busy with midterms. The guitar ended up just sitting in the corner of my bedroom, propped against the wall next to my dresser. I'd glance at it occasionally and feel guilty for not practicing, but that was about it. Then one night in October, I was doing homework at my desk. The house was completely silent. Mom was working the late shift at the hospital, and my grandmother, who lived with us, was already asleep in her room downstairs. It was around 11:30 at night, and I remember I was struggling with trigonometry problems. Suddenly, without any warning at all, the guitar just fell over. Not like it slowly slid down the wall or anything, it literally just toppled forward like someone had pushed it. It made this horrible crashing sound when it hit the floor, and the strings made this eerie vibrating noise. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I sat there frozen for a moment, my heart pounding. The thing is, there was absolutely no reason for it to fall. No open windows, no draft, no movement in the house. My bedroom door was closed. My cat was downstairs in the kitchen. Nothing could have touched that guitar. After a minute, I got up and picked it up, checking for damage. It seemed fine, so I placed it back against the wall, making sure it was secure. I tried to laugh it off, telling myself it must have been unbalanced all along, but I couldn't shake this weird feeling in the pit of my stomach. I didn't think much more about it after that night. The guitar stayed put for the next few days, and I actually picked it up once or twice to practice. Everything seemed normal. Then came the morning that changed everything. It was a Saturday, around 9 in the morning. I was in the kitchen eating cereal and scrolling through my phone. Mom had already left for her weekend shift, and my grandmother had been in the bathroom down the hall. My bedroom was upstairs, and the guitar was still propped in that same corner. As my grandmother was walking back from the bathroom, we both heard it. Clear as day, the sound of guitar strings being strummed. Not just one string, but all of them, like a deliberate full chord, like someone had run their hand across all the strings at once. I locked eyes with my grandmother across the kitchen. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my spoon frozen halfway to my mouth. Her face had gone pale. "The guitar," she whispered. We both ran upstairs to my room. The door was open, exactly how I'd left it that morning. The guitar was still leaning against the wall, exactly where it had been. But there was absolutely no one else in the house, no one who could have played those strings. I walked over to the guitar and touched it. The strings were still vibrating slightly. I'm not making this up. They were still moving, like they had just been played seconds ago. My grandmother is the most practical, no-nonsense person I know. She's never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural. But that day, she looked at me and said, "Morgan, I think you should return that guitar." I nodded, too freaked out to argue. I called Jim that same day and told him I wasn't really getting into playing after all. I didn't mention what had happened. I was afraid he'd think I was crazy or making it up. He came by that afternoon to pick it up, and I felt this massive relief when it was gone from my house. For a while after that, things went back to normal. No strange noises, no objects moving on their own. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing, or that there was some logical explanation I just hadn't figured out yet. But then, about 3 years later, something even more terrifying happened. I was 19 by then, still living at home, but taking classes at the community college in the next town over. It was a normal Tuesday night in February. I'd finished my homework and was just lying in bed scrolling through social media before going to sleep. The house was quiet. Mum was downstairs watching TV, and my grandmother had already gone to bed. Suddenly, for absolutely no reason at all, I felt this presence in my room. There's no other way to describe it. 1 minute I was fine, and the next I was gripped by the most intense, overwhelming fear I've ever experienced in my life. It wasn't like being startled or scared by a movie. This was primal terror. Every cell in my body was screaming at me that something was wrong, that something was in my room with me, watching me. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe properly. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The worst part was that I couldn't see anything unusual. My room looked exactly the same as always. The lights were on, nothing was out of place, but I knew, with absolute certainty, that I wasn't alone. I felt like whatever it was standing in the corner where the guitar used to be. I wanted to scream for my mom, but my voice wouldn't work. I was paralyzed with fear, clutching my phone so hard my knuckles turned white. This feeling lasted for what felt like forever. but was probably only about 5 minutes. Then, as suddenly as it had come, the feeling vanished. The room felt normal again. I was alone, but I was shaking so badly I had to wrap myself in my comforter. I ended up sleeping in my mom's room that night, making up some excuse about not feeling well. I never told anyone about that night. How do you explain to someone that you were terrified of nothing, that you felt a presence that wasn't there? They'd think you were losing your mind. Sometimes I wondered if I was. The final incident happened about a year later, and it was by far the most frightening. I had just turned 20. It was summer break, and I was home from college. I'd gone to bed around midnight after binge-watching a TV series. Nothing unusual about the night, nothing scary or strange before I fell asleep. I woke up at exactly 3:17 in the morning. I know the time because my eyes immediately went to my digital clock when I realized something was very wrong. I couldn't move. Not a single muscle in my body would respond. I was lying on my back, staring at the ceiling, completely paralyzed. I tried to scream to call out for help, but my voice wouldn't work either. My mouth wouldn't open. All I could do was lie there, fully conscious, but unable to move a finger. That's when I heard it. The sound of furniture being dragged across my bedroom floor. A slow, heavy, scraping noise. I could see out of the corners of my eyes, but couldn't turn my head to look directly at what was happening. My dresser, which was against the wall opposite my bed, was slowly sliding across the hardwood floor, all by itself. Then my desk chair started spinning, just slowly turning in circles like someone was sitting in it and idly swiveling back and forth. The terror I felt was indescribable. I was screaming inside my head, begging my body to move, to do something, anything. But I was completely helpless. This went on for about 30 seconds, though it felt like hours. Then, all at once, I could move again. I shot up in bed, gasping for air, my entire body covered in sweat. The room was completely normal. My dresser was against the wall where it had always been. My chair was tucked neatly under my desk. Nothing was out of place. I turned on every light in my room and sat in the corner, knees pulled up to my chest, until sunrise. I didn't sleep for 2 days after that. Later, I learned about sleep paralysis and how it can cause hallucinations. That's what I tell myself happened that night, but deep down, I'm not convinced. It felt too real, too connected to the other incidents. I've moved away from Pine Tree Valley now. I finished college and got a job in the city, about 3 hours away from my hometown. I haven't experienced anything strange since I left, but sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, at night, I still hear the sound of guitar strings being strummed, and I still find myself checking the corners of my room, making sure I'm really alone. I don't know what happened in that house, or why it seemed to target me. Was it something to do with Jim's guitar? Was there something about my room, or was it something about me that attracted these experiences? I'll probably never know, but I do know that whatever it was real. My grandmother heard it too, and whatever force was behind those incidents, I hope it stays in Pine Tree Valley, far away from me. Story 17. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last year. My wife Emma and I had only been married for 2 weeks when we decided to cash in probably the weirdest wedding gift we'd ever received. Emma's best friend Jess knows we're both super into paranormal stuff. We actually met at a ghost hunting meetup 3 years ago, so instead of getting us boring kitchen appliances, she gifted us an overnight stay in a literal prison cell at Shepton Mallet Prison near Bath. For those who don't know, Shepton Mallet is this massive old prison that closed down in 2013. It's got this insane history going back hundreds of years, and now they do tours and overnight stays for people brave, or stupid, enough to sleep there. The place executed criminals by hanging until the 60s, housed the Cray twins at one point, and pretty much everyone who works there has their own ghost story. When we arrived, it was a cold evening in April. Much colder than it should have been for that time of year. The prison itself, is this imposing stone structure that just looms over you. Tall walls, barbed wire still intact, and this general sense of heaviness in the air. I'm not usually one to get immediately creeped out, but there was something about the place that felt off from the moment we stepped through the gates. Our guide, Keith, was this older guy who'd been working there since it opened to the public. He had this matter-of-fact way of talking about horrible things that happened there over the centuries, like he was completely desensitized to it. He took us and about 8 other people on the last tour of the evening, showing us the wings, the exercise yard, and the execution room. The whole time, Emma was practically vibrating with excitement, while I was trying to play it cool despite feeling increasingly uneasy. The guided part ended around 11:30, and Keith told us we were free to explore on our own until morning, as long as we didn't try to leave the grounds or break into any locked areas. The other tourists headed back to the main entrance to go home, but we had our overnight gear already set up in our cell in B-Wing. "Let's check out that gate tower," Emma whispered, pointing to this structure near the main entrance that looked like it hadn't been part of the tour. "I read online that's where they used to control who came in and out of the prison." I was already tired and kind of wanted to get settled in our cell, but Emma had that look in her eyes, the one that meant she wasn't going to let this opportunity pass. So I agreed, and we started heading toward the tower. It was close to midnight at this point, and the prison was eerily quiet. Our footsteps echoed off the stone walls, and the dim security lighting cast these long shadows everywhere. The gate tower was this 3-story structure near the main vehicle entrance, and as we got closer, something weird happened. We both heard voices, clear as day. There was a man talking, not loud, but definitely audible, and a woman giggling. Then there was this banging sound, like someone was moving furniture or slamming a drawer. "Oh, good. There are other people still exploring," I said to Emma, feeling relieved we weren't completely alone. Emma looked excited. "Let's go see if they've found anything interesting." We approached the narrow staircase that led up to the first floor of the tower. The voices were definitely coming from upstairs. I remember distinctly hearing the man say something like, "Not there," or "over there," and the woman laughed again. The banging sound happened once more. I went first up the stairs, with Emma right behind me. The staircase was tight and twisted around, obviously built centuries ago for people smaller than me. When we reached the top and stepped into the room, we both froze. The room was completely empty, and I don't mean no people empty, I mean empty. No furniture, no equipment, nothing but dust, some cobwebs and peeling paint on the walls. There was nowhere anyone could hide, no closets, no adjacent rooms, nothing. Just a square room with windows on 3 sides that would have given the guards a view of the vehicle entrance. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding suddenly way too loud. No response, just this heavy silence. "Did you hear?" Emma started, and I nodded before she could finish. "Yeah, a man and a woman, and banging." We looked at each other, and I could see Emma was caught between excitement and fear. This was exactly the kind of experience she'd been hoping for, but actually experiencing it was different. We searched the entire tower, which didn't take long. There were only 2 more floors above us, both empty rooms similar to the first. No signs of anyone having been there recently, no hidden speakers, nothing that could explain what we'd heard. When we came back down, Keith was walking past on his final rounds before heading home for the night. Emma immediately called out to him, "Keith, were there any other visitors allowed in the gate tower tonight?" He shook his head. "No, that area's not part of tonight's access." "Why?" We explained what we'd heard, and Keith's face changed. Not surprised exactly, more like confirmed. "You're not the first," he said, lowering his voice even though there was nobody else around. "We've documented over 1,000 similar reports in that exact spot. People hear conversations, laughter, sometimes arguments. Staff, visitors, paranormal investigators, They all report the same thing. My skin crawled. 1,000 reports? In the exact same location? Any idea who it might be? Emma asked, clearly thrilled. There are theories, Keith said. That tower's been there since the 1800s. Hundreds of guards would have worked shifts there over the years. But there's also a story about a female visitor who had an affair with one of the guards back in the 50s. She would meet him in the tower during his night shifts. Keith checked his watch. I need to lock up the main entrance, but you two are all set for your overnight stay. Your cell is number 27 in B Wing, right? Emergency contact numbers are in your welcome pack if you need anything. After Keith left, Emma and I made our way to our cell. The prison was now completely silent, except for the occasional creak or distant drip of water. B Wing was this long corridor with cells on both sides, exactly like you'd imagine a prison to be. Our cell was about halfway down, with the heavy metal door propped open. Inside was bare, but had been set up for visitors. 2 metal bed frames with air mattresses on top, sleeping bags, a small table with a lantern, and a bucket in the corner that Keith had jokingly referred to as your en-suite facilities during the tour. The cell was maybe 8 feet by 6 feet, tiny for 2 people. Emma was still buzzing from our experience in the tower, talking non-stop about EVPs and residual hauntings as we got ready for bed. I was trying to come up with rational explanations for what we'd heard, but kept coming up short. It was around 1 in the morning when we finally got into our sleeping bags. The mattresses were surprisingly comfortable, but the metal bed frames creaked with every movement. We'd been lying there for maybe 20 minutes when I smelled it. This absolutely foul, putrid odor, like rotting meat mixed with sewage. It was so sudden and so strong that I immediately sat up. Jesus Christ, Emma! Was that you? I asked, half joking, half disgusted. Emma sat up too, her face scrunched up. I was about to ask you the same thing. That's disgusting. It wasn't me, I insisted, and I could tell from her face that she believed me. The smell was intense but localized, like it was only in our cell. I got up and checked the corridor, but the air out there smelled normal. When I came back in, the stench was still there, hovering around the middle of the cell. Do you remember what Keith said during the tour? Emma whispered, her eyes wide. About how sudden bad smells can be signs of a presence. I did remember. Keith had mentioned that many visitors reported unexplained odors throughout the prison, particularly in areas where violent deaths had occurred. But I wasn't ready to jump to ghost conclusions just yet. Maybe it's the plumbing, I suggested, or something died in the walls. But even as I said it, I knew it didn't make sense. The smell had appeared instantly, with no build-up, and was contained to our small cell. As suddenly as it had arrived, about 2 minutes later, it vanished. Not faded, vanished, like someone had flipped a switch. Neither of us slept well that night. The metal beds creaked. The prison made all sorts of noises that old buildings make, and every time I was about to drift off, I'd jerk awake, convinced I'd heard someone whispering or felt someone standing over me. Emma had the same experience. We'd occasionally whisper to each other, "Are you awake?" And the answer was always yes. Around 4 in the morning, we both heard heavy footsteps walking down the corridor outside our cell. Slow, deliberate steps that stopped right outside our door. The cell door was still propped open, and from where I was lying, I could see part of the corridor. There was nobody there. The footsteps continued past our cell and faded away down the corridor. When morning finally came, we were exhausted, but also strangely exhilarated. We compared notes on everything we'd experienced, the voices in the tower, the smell in our cell, the footsteps in the corridor. None of it had a logical explanation. Before we left, we spoke to the morning staff member, a woman named Sarah, and told her about our experiences. Like Keith, she wasn't surprised. The gate tower is our most active area, she confirmed. As for the smell in your cell, cell 27, right? That's been reported before. That cell housed a prisoner who died there in 1974. Heart attack, officially. though there were rumors he was murdered by other inmates. We left Shepton Mallet that morning with more questions than answers. I've always considered myself a skeptic, even though I enjoy paranormal stuff. I like to think there's usually a rational explanation for most ghostly phenomena. But what happened that night, I still can't explain it. The voices we both heard clearly in an empty tower. The smell that appeared and disappeared in our sealed cell. The footsteps in an empty corridor. I've spent months trying to debunk our experiences, looking into acoustics, old plumbing systems, drafts that could sound like voices. Nothing fits. The fact that so many others have reported the exact same things in the exact same locations makes it even harder to dismiss. Whatever exists at Shepton Mallet Prison, residual energy, actual ghosts or something else entirely, it's real. And it's still there, walking those corridors, standing in that tower and occasionally visiting cell 27, where we spent the most unsettling night of our lives. Story 18. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm pretty logical, always looking for the rational explanation. But what happened in our basement bedroom in Pinewood about 8 months ago, I still can't explain it. And trust me, I've tried. My fiancé Jake and I had been renting the basement of this old house for about 6 months. Nothing fancy, just a bedroom, small bathroom, and a shared living space upstairs. Our roommate Chris had the main floor to himself. The setup worked well for us since we were saving for our wedding, and the rent was cheap. That night started like any other. It was a Tuesday in November, chilly, but not freezing yet. Jake and I both had early shifts the next morning, so we were in bed by 10. Our bedroom was at the end of a short hallway in the basement, with concrete walls painted this dingy off-white color. The house was probably built in the 70s, and despite the renovations the landlord had done, it still had that slightly damp basement smell you can never quite get rid of. We were both scrolling on our phones, that last bit of wind-down time before sleep when we heard it. A knock on our bedroom door. 3 distinct knocks, actually. Not super loud, but clear enough that both of us looked up immediately. "Yeah?" I called out, assuming it was Chris. He sometimes came down to ask if we'd seen his keys or tell us something about the bills. No response. I looked at Jake, who shrugged. "Chris?" I called again. Nothing. A bit annoyed. It was late after all. I got up and opened the door, expecting to see Chris walking back up the stairs or something, but there was nobody there. Just the empty hallway with that single dim bulb casting shadows on the concrete walls. "Weird," I muttered, closing the door. "Maybe he changed his mind about whatever he wanted." Jake nodded, already looking back at his phone. Or maybe it was just the house settling. I climbed back into bed, but something felt off. Our dog, Pepper, a medium-sized mutt who usually slept at the foot of our bed, was sitting up, her ears perked toward the door. She wasn't barking or growling, just alert. "What's up, girl?" I whispered, patting the bed. She looked at me, then back at the door, but eventually settled down again. About 20 minutes later, just as I was drifting off to sleep, it happened again. Knock, knock, knock. The same pattern, the same volume. This time, Jake got up. "Chris, man, what do you need?" he said, opening the door wide. Again, nothing. The hallway was empty. Jake poked his head out, looking toward the stairs. "Chris!" he called out louder this time. I felt a chill run down my spine. "Maybe he's messing with us," I suggested, though it didn't seem like something Chris would do. He was pretty straightforward, not really the pranking type. Jake closed the door, looking confused. "I'm gonna text him." He grabbed his phone and sent a quick message. "You downstairs just now?" We both watched the screen, waiting for those 3 dots to appear. Nothing. "Maybe he's asleep," Jake said, though we both knew Chris was a night owl who rarely went to bed before midnight. We tried to go back to sleep, but I was on edge now. Every little creak of the house made me tense up. Jake tried to reassure me it was nothing. Old houses make noise, right? But about an hour later it happened again, This time it was different. 5 rapid knocks in succession. Knock, 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 knock. Much faster than before, almost urgent. Jake sat bolt upright. What the hell? Pepper was up again, this time letting out a low whine. She wasn't looking at the door anymore, though. She was looking at the wall beside our bed, the one that separated our room from the unfinished part of the basement. "This isn't funny anymore," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "If Chris is messing with us, I'm going to be pissed." Jake got up again, this time grabbing his phone and turning on the flashlight. He opened the door slowly, pointing the light down the hallway. Nothing. He stepped out, and I heard him walking toward the stairs. "Chris," he called up the stairwell. "Dude, if that's you, knock it off." I heard him coming back to the bedroom. His face was pale when he returned. "No one's there," he said, "and Chris's car isn't in the driveway." That's when I remembered. Chris had mentioned something about staying at his friend's place that night. I'd completely forgotten. "He's not even home," I whispered. Jake sat on the edge of the bed, running a hand through his hair. "It's just the house, Sarah. Old pipes or something." But we both knew it wasn't pipes. The knocks were too deliberate, too clear. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was coming from upstairs. Maybe one of the neighbors. The houses weren't that close together, but sound can travel weirdly sometimes, right? We even considered that maybe someone was outside, knocking on the small basement windows, but our room didn't have any windows. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and we managed to fall into an uneasy sleep. I'm not sure how long I was out when I was woken up by another knock. This time it was slow, almost hesitant. Knock, knock. Jake was still asleep beside me. I lay there, heart pounding, waiting for the third knock. It didn't come. Instead, after what felt like minutes but was probably only seconds, there were 2 quick knocks in succession. Knock, knock. I nudged Jake awake. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. He nodded, his eyes wide in the darkness. Neither of us spoke as we waited for more. The silence stretched on, interrupted only by our breathing and the soft hum of the heating system. Then it came again, but different. It was the shave and a haircut rhythm. Knock, 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 knock. That was when I truly started to panic. This wasn't random house noises. This was deliberate. Someone, or something, was knocking on our door with recognizable patterns. "We need to check the whole house," Jake said, his voice tense but determined. He reached for the baseball bat we kept under the bed, a precaution I'd always thought was unnecessary until that moment. "I'm not leaving. This room," I hissed. "Then I'll go. Lock the door behind me." I wanted to stop him, but I also wanted answers. So I watched as he opened the door cautiously, bat raised, and stepped into the hallway. I immediately locked the door behind him, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the knob. I pressed my ear against the door, listening as his footsteps receded up the stairs. Minutes passed. I could hear him moving around upstairs, opening and closing doors. Pepper was sitting alert by the door, not making a sound but completely focused. Finally, I heard his footsteps coming back down the stairs. "Sarah, it's me. Open up." I unlocked the door quickly, relief washing over me as Jake stepped back into the room. He looked frustrated, confused. "Nothing," he said. "No one's here. All the doors are locked, windows closed. Chris definitely isn't home. His bed hasn't been slept in." We sat on the edge of our bed, completely at a loss. It was almost 4 in the morning now, and we both had to be up for work in a few hours. "Let's just try to get some sleep," Jake finally said. "Whatever it is, it's not hurting us." I wasn't convinced, but I was exhausted. We lay back down, Pepper now between us on the bed. I insisted, and somehow, despite my racing mind, I fell asleep. The next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by Jake sitting up suddenly beside me. The room was lighter. Dawn was breaking outside. "Did you hear that?" he whispered urgently. Before I could answer, I heard it too. A male voice, clear as day, right outside our door. "Hey." Just that one word. Hey. Casual, conversational, like someone trying to get our attention. We both froze. Pepper was awake too, her head cocked to the side in that confused dog way. "That's Chris, right?" I whispered, though deep down I knew it wasn't. The voice didn't sound like him. It was deeper, unfamiliar. Jake was already out of bed, grabbing the bat again. This time I followed him, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. He flung the door open faster than before, like he was trying to catch whoever it was. The hallway was empty, just like all the other times. But this was different. A voice, an actual human voice, not knocks that could be explained away as house noises or pipes. Jake ran up the stairs, and I heard him checking the entire house again. I stood in the hallway, frozen, staring at the spot where someone should have been standing, where someone should have been visible when Jake opened the door so quickly after hearing the voice. When Jake came back down, his expression told me everything. No one was there. The house was empty except for us. "I'm calling Chris," I said, my voice surprisingly steady despite the fear coursing through me. Chris answered on the fourth ring, his voice groggy with sleep. "Hello?" "Chris, are you home?" I asked immediately. "What? No, I'm at Mike's. I told you guys I was staying here last night. What's going on?" I explained about the knocking, trying to sound calm, trying not to freak him out. When I got to the part about the voice, there was a long pause on the other end. "That's weird," Chris finally said. "You guys sure you're okay?" We assured him we were fine, just confused and a little freaked out. He offered to come home, but we told him not to worry. It was almost time to get up for work anyway. After hanging up, Jake and I just sat on our bed trying to process what had happened. The sun was coming up now, filling our basement room with weak morning light that somehow made everything feel more normal, more rational. "Maybe it was a dream," Jake suggested. "Maybe we both had the same dream about the voice." But we both knew that wasn't it. We'd both been wide awake, and it didn't explain the hours of knocking before that. We went through all the logical explanations again. Someone breaking in. No, the house was secure, and Pepper would have gone crazy if a stranger was in the house. A neighbor playing a prank. How would they get in, and why? In the end, we had to get ready for work. Life goes on even after a night of unexplainable terror. But I called in sick that day. I couldn't face leaving the house until Jake got home. The weirdest part? It never happened again. Not once. We lived in that house for another 6 months before moving out, for unrelated reasons, and we never heard another unexplained knock or voice. I still think about that night all the time. What was it? Who was it? Why just that one night? I've researched the history of the house, looking for deaths or tragedies that might explain a haunting, but came up empty. 8 months later, and I still have no explanation for the persistent knocking and that clear, distinct hey that Jake and I both heard. And honestly, I'm not sure I want one. Story 19. I still get goosebumps talking about this. It's been almost 3 years, but I swear I can still feel that cold sensation crawling up my spine whenever I think about that house in Brandywine. This all happened during the pandemic in 2020, when everything was crazy and uncertain. I was 19, and like most people my age, I was trying to figure out what to do with my life while the world was basically shutting down. My name's Ava, and I had just started community college when COVID hit. Classes went online, my part-time job at the mall vanished, and suddenly I needed a cheaper living situation. That's when my friend Taylor mentioned this house in Brandywine, Maryland, that her godfather owned. He was renting it out cheap to college students, and they needed more roommates to split the costs. The place was huge, 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, a finished basement, and a big backyard. It seemed perfect, especially since the rent was way below market value. Now I know why. At first, everything was normal. Well, as normal as things could be during a pandemic. There were 5 of us total. Me, Taylor, her boyfriend Chris, and 2 other girls, Megan and Jasmine. We all got along pretty well, And for the first few weeks, we were just grateful to have somewhere affordable to live. The weird stuff started small. I'd put my phone down and find it somewhere else. Keys would disappear and reappear in places none of us remembered putting them. We laughed it off at first. Pandemic brain, we called it. But then things escalated. One night in April, it was just me, Megan, and Jasmine in the house. Taylor and Chris had gone to visit his parents for the weekend. We were sitting in the living room watching some stupid Netflix show when the door to the kitchen slowly, and I mean slowly, opened by itself. Not like it was pushed by a draft. It opened inch by inch like someone was deliberately trying not to make noise. We all saw it. We all just froze and stared. Jasmine was the first to speak. "Did you guys see that?" Of course we had. We got up and checked the kitchen, but nobody was there. We closed the door and went back to watching TV, but none of us could focus anymore. About an hour later, I got up to get a drink and nearly screamed. One of the breakfast bar chairs from the kitchen was sitting in the middle of the hallway. Just sitting there. I know it hadn't been there before. I called the others, and they confirmed they hadn't moved it. That was our first real encounter with what we later nicknamed glasses. Why glasses? Because a few days later, Megan saw a figure of a man wearing old-fashioned spectacles standing at the end of her bed. She said he looked angry, like he was pissed we were in his house. After that, whenever something mean-spirited happened, we blamed glasses. But the worst night was during a massive thunderstorm in May. All 5 of us were home, hanging out in the living room, when the power went out. That itself wasn't unusual during storms, but when Chris looked out the window, he noticed all the houses on our street still had power. Just ours was dark. Chris tried to open the front door to check the breaker box outside, but it wouldn't budge. At first, he thought it was just stuck, but then Taylor tried the patio door. Same thing, locked or jammed somehow. We tried every door, including our bedroom doors and bathroom doors. None of them would open. We were literally trapped inside the house. I started to panic. I'm not claustrophobic, but the idea of being unable to leave sent me into a cold sweat. My heart was racing and I could barely breathe. The others were freaking out too. Jasmine started crying, which made everything worse. Then, in the darkness, we heard a click. The basement door, which had also been stuck, slowly swung open. None of us had touched it. I lost it. I ran upstairs, not caring that I couldn't see where I was going. I tripped on the top step and skinned my knee, but the pain didn't even register. I just needed to get away from that open basement door. I could hear the others calling my name, but I didn't stop. I locked myself in my room. Somehow that door could be locked from the inside, and grabbed the healing crystals my mom had given me when I moved out. I'm not even spiritual, but I was desperate. I held them tight and started reciting every prayer I could remember from Sunday school as a kid. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes, the lights suddenly came back on. A few seconds later, I heard Megan shouting that the doors were working again. I stayed in my room for another 10 minutes trying to calm down before I finally came out. None of us slept that night. We sat in the living room with every light on until dawn, trying to convince ourselves there was a logical explanation. The house was old, the wiring was faulty, maybe the foundation had shifted during the storm and temporarily jammed the doors. But deep down, we all knew something wasn't right. After that night, we established some house rules. No one goes in the basement. Alone. No one stays in the house alone. Keep your bedroom door locked at night, but rules get broken, especially when you're young and sometimes stupid. About 2 weeks after the storm incident, Taylor and Chris were out, and Megan was visiting her parents. Just Jasmine and me were home, and we were bored out of our minds. The Wi-Fi in our bedrooms was terrible, and the best TV was in the basement. We decided to break the no basement alone rule. After all, there were 2 of us, so technically we weren't alone, right? We went downstairs and started watching a movie. The basement was finished, but still kind of creepy, with old wood paneling and a drop ceiling with some water stains. There was a door in the far corner that led to an unfinished part of the basement where the washer, dryer, and water heater were. Taylor's godfather had specifically told us not to go in there unless necessary, because the floor was uneven and potentially dangerous. About halfway through the movie, I started feeling really tired, which was weird because it was only around 8 in the evening and I'd had coffee an hour before. Jasmine said she felt the same way. Before I knew it, we were both asleep on the couch. I woke up disoriented. The TV was still on, but the movie had ended, and Netflix was asking if we were still watching. Jasmine was passed out next to me. I checked my phone. It was almost midnight. We'd been asleep for hours, which made no sense. That's when I heard it. A slow, grinding noise. I looked up and saw the door to the unfinished part of the basement slowly opening. There was no draft, no reason for it to move, but it was opening anyway, inch by inch. I shook Jasmine awake, probably harder than necessary. She saw it too. We didn't even speak. We just ran. I've never moved so fast in my life. We took the stairs 2 at a time, slammed the basement door behind us, and didn't stop until we were locked in my bedroom. I never went into that basement again. Not for laundry. Not for TV. Not for anything. I'd rather wear dirty clothes than face whatever was down there. The incidents continued. Objects would move. Doors would open and close. Sometimes we'd hear footsteps when everyone was accounted for. But the most terrifying thing happened to me personally about a month before I finally moved out. I was in bed, half asleep, when I felt a presence in my room. I opened my eyes and saw a figure standing at the foot of my bed. It was dark, but I could make out the silhouette of a man wearing glasses. Before I could scream, he literally jumped at me, like lunged right at my face. I felt like I was falling through my mattress, through the floor, just falling and falling. When I finally came to, I was still in my bed, sweating and shaking. I didn't sleep for 2 days after that. The house changed us. Not just our habits or our sleep schedules, but our actual personalities. Megan, who used to be the most outgoing and cheerful person I knew, became withdrawn and paranoid. Chris started having angry outbursts over the smallest things. Taylor, who had always been rational and level-headed, began talking about feeling watched all the time. I noticed these changes, but I couldn't do anything about them. I was changing too. I became jumpy, suspicious, constantly on edge. I stopped inviting friends over. I stopped sleeping normally. I lost weight. My grades suffered. We all moved out eventually. Not together, but one by one. I was the third to leave after Jasmine and Megan. I don't know how Taylor and Chris managed to stay as long as they did. We tried to keep in touch, but it was hard. It was like we all wanted to forget that time in our lives, forget the house, forget each other. We had theories, of course. Taylor's godfather had bought the house at an estate sale and didn't know much about its history. Jasmine did some research and found out the land had once been part of a larger property owned by a family with a history of mental illness. Megan thought maybe there had been a death in the house that wasn't disclosed to us, but we never found out for sure. And honestly, part of me doesn't want to know. Some things are better left in the dark. It's been almost 3 years, and I still have nightmares about that house. Still wake up feeling like I'm falling. Still check behind doors before I close them. Still can't stand the sight of wire-rimmed glasses. I don't talk to the others anymore. Last I heard, Taylor and Chris broke up. Megan dropped out of school. Jasmine moved back in with her parents. We all went our separate ways, but I sometimes wonder if we're all still carrying pieces of that house with us, whether we want to or not. Sometimes I think about reaching out to them, asking if they still remember, if they still feel it too. But then I think, what good would it do? We survived. We got out. Maybe that's all that matters. But on nights when the power goes out, or when a door opens by itself, I'm right back there in Brandywine, holding my breath, waiting for glasses to appear. Story 20. I've debated sharing this for months now. Even typing it out feels like I'm opening a door I've tried to keep shut. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I first noticed them when I was 22. I'd just moved into my first real apartment in Portland. Nothing fancy, just a one-bedroom place with windows that faced a brick wall. The first few weeks were normal. Then came that night in October. I woke up around 3 in the morning, but couldn't move. My body felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, pinned to the mattress. I've had sleep paralysis before, but this was different, because I wasn't alone. In the corner of my bedroom stood a figure, not a person, more like a shadow that had peeled itself off the wall. It was darker than the darkness around it, like a hole cut into reality. The shape was vaguely human, but too tall, too thin, and it was watching me. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. My breath caught in my throat as the figure slowly drifted toward my bed. I could feel its attention on me like a physical weight. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. I could move again and spent the rest of the night with every light in the apartment on. I told myself it was just sleep paralysis, a hallucination, nothing more. But it came back. Not every night, but often enough that I started dreading going to sleep. Sometimes it would just stand there, watching. Other times, God, other times it would approach the bed, and I would feel this awful tugging sensation, like something was trying to pull me out of my own skin. Those nights were the worst. It felt like something was trying to separate my consciousness from my body. I lived with this for years. Never told anyone because, well, who would believe me? I went through phases where it would happen several times a week, then nothing for months. I moved apartments twice, thinking maybe it was something about the building, but they followed me. When I was 31, my buddy Marcus came to visit me in Colorado, where I'd moved for work. We stayed up late catching up, and he crashed on the couch while I went to my bedroom. That night, I had one of the episodes again. The shadow was there, but this time it wasn't standing in the corner. It was on top of me, crouched over my chest. I could feel an immense pressure, like something was being slowly extracted from me. Then I heard Marcus shouting. The bedroom light flicked on, and Marcus was standing in the doorway, his face pale as a sheet. The pressure vanished instantly. "What the fuck was that?" he kept saying. "What the fuck was that?" When he calmed down enough to explain, I felt ice in my veins. Marcus said he'd gotten up to use the bathroom and passed my bedroom door, which was partly open. He glanced in and saw what he described as a pitch-black figure crouched on top of me. He said it looked like it was feeding on me, its face buried in my chest. That's when he yelled and hit the light switch. I finally told him everything. About all the times I'd seen these shadows over the years, about the tugging sensation, about the dread I felt every time I went to bed. Marcus listened without interrupting, and when I finished, he just said, "Dude, you need help. This isn't normal." I started researching, looking for explanations beyond sleep paralysis. I read about shadow people, about negative entities, about psychological projections. Nothing quite fit what I was experiencing. The biggest shock came 6 months later when I was visiting my parents for Christmas. My younger brother Dave and I were staying up late, having a few beers after everyone else had gone to bed. I hadn't told anyone in my family about what was happening, not even after Marcus witnessed it. Out of nowhere, Dave asked, "You ever see shadow people?" My blood ran cold. I tried to keep my voice casual when I asked him what he meant. "I don't know," he said, staring into his beer. "These dark figures, sometimes they're watching me when I wake up. Sometimes they're doing something to me, like they're trying to pull something out of me." Dave had never heard about my experiences. We hadn't even been living in the same state for years, yet he described exactly what I'd been seeing, the same tall, thin shadows, the same feeling of something being extracted from his body. That's when I knew this was real. Whatever these things were, they weren't just in my head. I threw myself into understanding what was happening. I started meditating, exploring Jung's theories about the shadow self, reading about spiritual awakening. I went down so many rabbit holes trying to find answers. Eventually, I developed a practice of deep meditation where I could confront these entities on my own terms, not just when they chose to appear. During these meditations, I would visualize my consciousness expanding beyond my body. I'd feel that same tugging sensation, but instead of fighting it, I'd lean into it. I'd follow the pull until I encountered them, the shadow figures, but now on equal footing. I wasn't paralyzed or helpless anymore. For a while, this seemed to work. The episodes became less frequent. When they did happen, I felt more in control. I could push them away with my mind when they approached. I thought I was winning, then everything changed again. One night during meditation, I confronted a particularly persistent shadow figure. Instead of retreating when I pushed back, it spoke. Not in words exactly, but I understood its meaning clearly. Stop fighting us, or we'll visit the little one instead. My 8-year-old daughter, Lily. The threat was unmistakable. I ended the meditation immediately, shaking and sweating. I told myself it was just my imagination, my own fears manifesting. But deep down, I knew better. A week later, Lily started having nightmares. She'd wake up screaming about monsters in her room, about shadow creatures watching her from the corner. She became terrified of being alone, even during the day. She wouldn't go to the bathroom by herself, wouldn't play in her room without someone else there. "They're tall and skinny, Daddy," she told me one night after a particularly bad episode. "And they're hungry. I've never felt fear like that before. Not for myself, but for my child." We took her to a child psychologist who diagnosed her with anxiety and possible night terrors. The doctor explained that children her age often experience hallucinations during the transition from wakefulness to sleep. It all sounded so reasonable, so normal. But I knew what was happening. That night, after putting Lily to bed, I went into my own room and prepared for meditation. But this time, I wasn't looking for understanding or balance. I was fucking furious. I reached that state where I could sense them quickly, like I was sending out a beacon. When the first shadow appeared in my mind's eye, I didn't wait for it to approach. I charged at it with everything I had. "You stay away from my daughter," I told it, pushing all my fear and rage into the words. "Whatever this is between us, it stays between us. She's off limits. You come for me if you want, but leave her alone." I felt resistance, then something like amusement from the entity. But I kept pushing, focusing all my energy on protecting Lily. I visualized a barrier around her, impenetrable and bright. I don't know how long I stayed in that state. It could have been minutes or hours. But when I finally opened my eyes, I felt different, drained but resolute. The next night, Lily slept peacefully for the first time in weeks. The night after that, too. For 3 weeks, everything was normal. The shadows still visited me occasionally, but less frequently, and they never approached my bed anymore. They just watched from the corners. Then, one night about a month ago, I went to check on Lily before going to bed myself. As I pushed her door open, I saw something leap from her bed, a shadow, but not shaped like the others. This one was smaller, twisted, moving on 4 legs but wrong somehow, like a cat that had been broken and put back together incorrectly. It disappeared into the corner of her room. I rushed to Lily's bed, but she was sleeping peacefully. I stayed with her the rest of the night, watching, waiting for any sign of distress. But nothing happened. The next morning, as I was making breakfast, Lily mentioned casually that Shadowcat had visited her again last night. My hand froze mid-air, pancake batter dripping onto the counter. "Shadowcat?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Yeah," she said, not looking up from her coloring book. "He visits me sometimes. He's funny looking, but he's nice. He says he keeps the bad shadows away." I never told Lily about what I saw that night. Never mentioned any kind of Shadowcat to her, yet she knew. She even had a name for it. Over these past few weeks, I've been trying to make sense of all this. Here's what I think is happening, though I can't prove any of it. These shadow figures are real, but not in the way most people understand reality. They're manifestations of the darkest parts of ourselves, our fears, our traumas, our negative energy. They feed on that darkness, growing stronger when we're at our weakest or most vulnerable. That's why they often appear during sleep paralysis, when our conscious defenses are down. Some people like me, and apparently my brother, are more sensitive to them. We can see them, feel them, and my daughter seems to have inherited this sensitivity. The shadow cat appears to be something different, maybe a protective entity, or maybe a more benevolent aspect of this same phenomenon. I don't know if Lily somehow created it through her own will and imagination, or if it was drawn to her innocence as a counterbalance to the darker shadows. What I do know is that confronting these entities directly, acknowledging them without fear, seems to diminish their power. Not because they cease to exist, but because in recognizing the darkness within ourselves, we integrate it, rather than letting it feed on us from the outside. I still see them sometimes. I probably always will. But they don't terrify me like they used to, and Lily hasn't had a nightmare in weeks. I know how this all sounds. If someone had told me this story 10 years ago, I'd have thought they were crazy or making it up. But I've lived it, I'm still living it, and I've come to believe that the boundary between our inner worlds and outer reality isn't as solid as we think. So that's my story, that's my theory. I don't expect anyone to believe it, but it feels good to finally write it down. If anyone else has experienced something similar, I'd love to hear about it. Sometimes I still wonder if I'm the crazy one.